Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551 Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order an information session of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, May 7th, 2026 at 6:05 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at Austin ISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum and Sound Broadband and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. Welcome and thank you for joining us. We'll begin with an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows for speakers to comment publicly on any topic of their choosing directly to the school board. We have time for up to 60 speakers. As a reminder, the district provides time during the regular voting meetings of the board to hear from the public about agenda items for consideration and vote. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public testimony portion of our meeting called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. This is an opportunity for the board to take part in listening to our community. While we wish we could respond to each topic raised, the Texas Open Meetings Act does not authorize a board to engage in deliberation or take action on comments or complaints from members of the public if the subject is not on the meeting agenda. For comments related to posted agenda items, we will engage in any deliberations or ask follow-up questions during the presentation of that item on the agenda. Tonight, we have 13 people who signed up to speak in person, and we have 47 people who left a recorded message. We will begin with our in-person public comment. To provide as many opportunities for input as possible within a limited time period at this meeting, each speaker will be allotted 1 minute. No substitutions or yielding of time to others is permitted. Callers who signed up to speak in person will be invited to come to the microphone when your name is called. As you come to the microphone, please press the button to turn it on. When the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in 1 sentence. Whether you come to give a complaint or praise, please reference any staff member by position or abbreviated last name. We ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect for all others at all times. Our in-person speakers will start with our first 3, Caitlin Westerberg, Quinn Butler, and Eric Ramos. Thank you.
Okay, ready? My name is Caitlin. I live near 13th and Comal. I'm here to talk about the Blackshear Elementary closing. First, I just want to say thank you to everybody in this room for all the time and effort you guys put into protecting our school district. I really appreciate it. Second is that I have 2 calls to action, essentially. The first is to please reflect and adjust on your communication style with the community. You guys have a major public relations problem out there. Trust is waning. People are very worried and concerned. And I think that better communication would allow us to give you momentum rather than slowing you down as you try to tackle this mountain of, a challenge of stabilizing the district. So we want to work with you. We just need clear and timely communication, please. Thank you. My second call to action is to make Blackshear Elementary a part of the boundary discussion going forward. The process of deciding to close it was just not right. The communication was majorly fumbled. Please allow us the opportunity to participate in that discussion. Thank you.
Can I just make a point of order? I appreciate the advocacy, but I'm just going to ask out of respect, it's just a request that if a speaker is not talking about the budget issues, they're talking about a different topic, if you could help not distract us with the placards during that time, I would appreciate that personally.
Hi, Quinn Butler. Good evening. I'm here to ask the board to place the support for CPI indexing of the basic allotment on the voting agenda ahead of the fall interim. House Bill 2 increased the basic allotment by $55. The 2019 inflation adjusted amount is $1,300 higher than what districts are receiving today. At Austin ISD's current enrollment, that gap represents roughly $94 million in annual underfunding. The district is projecting a 9-figure deficit for 2026-27, and a long-term plan for sustainability is essential for removing these difficult budgeting decisions in later years. Yesterday, I met with committee staff at the Texas Capitol to present research on CPI indexing as part of the House Public Education Committee's interim study. The issue has a path in the 90th session if we move quickly. 15 states have already incorporated inflation adjustments to their foundation formulas, and I'm asking the board to add its voice to that case publicly during interim charges. Thank you.
Can I? Do you mind, President Boswell? Sir, if you would send me a note via email, I would love to hear more about the work that you're doing. I'm Larissa Quintana.
And I would just love to add my thanks. We had a fantastic conversation a few weeks ago, and I love seeing you follow through on some of the things we talked about. So it will be a good conversation.
All right, good evening. My name is Eric Ramos, and I'm here to talk to you about a few things today. First, I want you to understand that as we look at the budget, we see what you value. What you cut shows us what you value. What you don't cut shows us what you value. Please keep that in mind as you are making all these decisions. Secondly, I want to make sure and point out that please make sure you listen to all the speakers, and I don't mean just hear us. Take it into consideration, and we should see adjustments in this accordingly. Third, as a member of the consultation team, I was a little shocked to see an agenda item that shows a possible agreement, so I was wondering if we can get clarification on that because that was not discussed at the last consultation, so if we could just get some sort of clarification. Finally, I want to point out that the changes in the calendar that's kind of being overlooked right now, I don't understand why the last day of school is changed so that the students and staff have the same day and staff has half a day to do the end of the year checklist stuff. If this is about adding additional instructional time, would it not be better to have that half day before the STAR test? Thank you.
The next speakers up are Zeb Whites, Tracy Dunlap, and Taylor Carricker-Cavan. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Zeb White. I'm a speech language pathologist at Doss Elementary. Good evening. My name is Zeb White. I'm a speech language pathologist at Doss Elementary, and I'm here to speak about the proposed changes to the special education stipend. I also provided a brief handout with additional considerations for the board. This isn't about my pay. My stipend is not being cut in the budget proposal, but I'm very concerned about what these changes mean for the SPED team and for our students. It's only been 79 days since AISD regained compliance after years of TEA oversight, and that progress depends on stable, experienced teams supporting our students. A pay cut for SPED staff pushes out experienced providers and leads to turnover, delays in evaluations and services, and increased reliance on more expensive outside contractors. We've seen that before, and it costs the district tens of millions of dollars to fix. If we're serious about financial responsibility, retention has to be part of the strategy, and that includes protecting the SPED stipend for the full team. We should also focus on improving systems that generate revenue, like strengthening SHARS billing for Medicaid reimbursement, rather than risking instability that creates additional cost. Please protect the SPED stipend and support our students' outcomes and the district's long-term stability. Thank you.
My name is Tracy Dunlap. I teach pre-K at Maplewood, and I'm a proud member of Education Austin. I'm here to talk about the proposed budget cuts. We understand this is a state-manufactured crisis, and we will continue to advocate at the state level. We expect AISD leadership to do the same. However, we must also hold you accountable for creating a budget that protects staff and ultimately our students. While I am pleased to see that the current proposal keeps librarians and counselors on our campuses, I see no mention regarding TAs. As someone who has taught pre-K both with and without a TA, I can tell you that they are invaluable. The level of care and attention we can provide is dependent on a reasonable, safe adult-to-child ratio. Will you make a commitment to fully staff our early childhood classrooms? When I joined this district 20 years ago, I truly felt I had found my home. Over time, I have seen so many of the things that made us special slip away. I keep hearing you say AISD goes above and beyond what the state requires, but those extras are what make us who we are. Without them, why would we expect people to stay?
Hi, my name is Taylor Carricker-Cavan. I'm a 6th grade science teacher at Dobie Middle School. I'm here tonight because educators and staff still have major unanswered questions about the budget. Educators are tired of hearing human beings described as efficiencies. Teaching assistants, office staff, custodians, librarian, and classroom teachers are not line items to optimize. They are the people whose labor makes school function. Educators are telling you clearly, a 7 out of 8 teaching schedule is not sustainable. Taking away planning time is not a small adjustment. It increases burnout, increases turnover, and ultimately hurt students. I also need district leadership to stop speaking about this crisis as if it can be solved only through cuts and management strategies. This is chronic state underfunding. Austin ISD leadership should be saying that publicly, loudly, and repeatedly. Our staff should not have to go to the legislature begging for the funding necessary to keep their own jobs. District leadership and trustees should be standing beside us publicly and aggressively advocating for school funding reform, including moving away from ADA funding and an increase to the basic allotment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speakers up are Megan Vasquez, Zach Anderson, and Jacob Morgan.
My name is Megan Vasquez, and I'm a PE teacher and proud member of Education Austin. This year, my campus is slated to close, and next year, I will be at a TAP campus. TAP campuses require differentiated expectations beyond the standard because of the unique needs and additional responsibilities required of educators at these campuses. And because of this, they can qualify for a TAP stipend. However, I believe the additional guardrails the district has created for qualifying for the TAP stipend are inequitable and do not account for the humanity of the people doing this work. First, there is a significant disparity in pay across job titles. Core teachers can qualify for a $10,000 stipend, instructional coaches, dyslexia teachers, and content specialists for a $7,000, counselors for a $6,000, and last but not least, essential areas and librarians qualify for only a $4,000 stipend. Essential area teachers and librarians who serve entire campuses and help create learning environments that support our district's vision of serving the whole child receive stipends that are 60% less than their homeroom teacher counterparts. On top of this, not qualifying for TIA. In addition, TAP staff are required to maintain a 95% attendance. While I absolutely hope to be at work 95% of the time, employees should still be able to use their personal sick days when needed without fear of losing our TAP stipend.
Before I start, I just want to thank the superintendent, the board, the AISD staff, and teachers. I'm not a teacher, but I am in this community, and we appreciate in this community all you guys do for Austin. So thank you guys. I know that you're hard conversations. There you go. The first is budget related. We believe that the block scheduling system should be a campus by campus decision rather than something that's unilaterally applied. What I hear from the smarter people than me, the teachers, they tell me it will gut many of the great programs in our schools and high schools around the city. So I think it's important to allow the teachers on campus, the administrators, to make that decision. Second issue is a campus safety issue specific to Austin High, where my children go. The open parks policy was a great idea, and I know it's a community thing, but it's not working at our school. We've had numerous issues that are safety issues for the students and staff, and we don't want our teachers having to roll homeless people off the field in the morning. So we're asking for an addendum to be included in that. Thank you.
My name is Jake Morgan. I'm a 12-year teacher, a former campus teacher of the year, and a proud member of my union, Education Austin. When we talk about what we should prioritize in the current budget crisis, one manufactured by state politicians who want to kill public ed, we need to remember what public education is. The workers make up the biggest line item because we are public education. Take us away and what is left. Chisel away at our resources and time when you're left with a skeleton of an education system, one that leaves our children and community behind. We're asked time and time again to make miracles happen, to use our bodies and our hours to fill the spaces left by a state failing its next generation. I'm asking you now to rise up and be the miracle workers for us. I'm not asking for more, which we rightly deserve. I'm insisting that you leave our planning time alone and let us do what we do best. The most important verb there is to teach. If you lay off workers at our schools and put that work on our backs, you tear apart what's left of public ed in Austin. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Peter Kim, Shiloh Hendricks, and Rod Rodriguez, and Bree Rolfe. Those will be our last in-person speakers. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Peter Kim. I'm a substitute teacher with AISD and also a member of Education Austin. And I just wanted to ask the board to do everything it can to support our frontline student-facing workforce. The summary that was released a few days ago implies that we're going to need to increase elementary school class sizes, along with making many secondary school teachers move to 7 out of 8 schedules within the next few years. And I just want to ask if the district has seriously exhausted every possible option before they've resorted to these measures that are going to impact those people who directly serve the children in our district. There's nothing in the summary, for example, about reducing allotments for executive director positions or cutting administrative travel or cell phone stipends, for example. And with that being said, I know we're all here because our real enemy is the state, who put us in this position by deliberately refusing to fund us adequately. And it doesn't make me happy to come here to ask you to cut these people over those people. But in times like this, I feel it's necessary to stand with fellow workers, because in times of crisis like this, those who are deemed most expendable are the first to get cut. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Nyla Hendricksey, and I'm a parent of 2 daughters at McCallum High School. And I'm here to ask you tonight to please not cut my daughter's teachers' planning periods and to please support the arts. To an outsider, a planning period might look like a break, but to a student, it's a lifeline. Her teachers are incredible examples of this. They routinely give up their planning periods to help kids with extra time on tests, or even they give up their lunch period to help in classes that they don't even teach. I'd also like for you to consider the teachers you're not considering core teachers. At McCallum, the arts are the core of that school. For a visual arts teacher, that period is a frantic race to unload a kiln. For my orchestra directors, it's only 10 minutes of peace in a really high decibel day. They're there until 8 p.m. at night most times rehearsing, and this is the only respite they get. You're going to burn them out otherwise. Austin prides itself on being the live music capital of the world, yet this proposal treats the arts as expendable. Please, please support our teachers.
Good evening. I teach high school language arts and reading, and I'm a proud member of Education Austin. My students read and reread the Hunger Games series. Conversations about audience, districts, and the rhetorical situation interest them. They've studied how adults speak about budgets, especially those who make decisions and sometimes hide from decisions they make. For instance, they've noted that when Austin ISD staff, headquarters staff, use the word we, it's often to celebrate librarians, teachers, or students. However, for budget cuts and bad news, the word district is used and blamed, even by the superintendent and board president. For instance, the district decided blank. Fill in the blank. Who is the district in our capital city, Mr. Rodriguez? They ask me. Please, please consider supporting learning, maintaining our class sizes, and fully funding schools. Thank you.
Good. Sorry. My name is Bree Rolfe. I work in the special education department, and I'm a proud member of Education Austin. While I appreciate the district protecting campus-level stipends, the proposed reductions elsewhere are unsettling, especially following our release from the TEA order. A stipend reduction is a pay cut. Let's call it what it is. Despite claims that those serving students wouldn't lose pay, this list includes specialists who serve students every day. No other profession expects employees to do more work for less money. Cutting planning time is a riff. If cuts are necessary, they should begin at the highest pay levels. Cutting $4,000 from the lowest earners is not the same as cutting a $7,000 travel stipend for an executive director. Cutting one teacher will affect students immediately and directly. Can we say the same for executive directors and above? We need transparency across all departments. Sacrifices must be shared, not just carried by those of us doing the work on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our in-person speakers. We'll now play recorded messages for public comment, so please listen carefully.
Hi, my name is Minda Anderson, and I'm a proud Education Austin member. I'm calling to ask the central office and board to not cut teacher planning time. We know that this is essential for teacher and student success. So I'm asking that you find other ways to cut in the budget that do not directly impact our students. I'm also really curious about why we are making these decisions at this time in the year. It is too late. We are going to have teachers potentially looking for jobs this summer, not knowing where their salary is going to come from, where they're going to be working in the fall. It is way too late to be cutting jobs. It is way too late in the year. Did we not start these conversations in January? Why did we not figure something out sooner? It's honestly disrespectful to the hardworking employees of our district. So I want to know why now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Harrelson. I teach advanced mathematics at Lhasa High School for Austin ISD. I'm also the parent of 2 Austin ISD students. I'm calling to talk about the move to reduce planning time for secondary teachers. If indeed the board puts this into effect, you're going to lose most of your teaching staff. We will not teach like that. I'm an 18-year veteran, and I will leave this district over that issue. That will collapse our district. Do not do that. Thank you.
This is Rachel Modi. I'm an AISD parent, and I'm also a special education teacher in the district. And I'm just calling to voice my opinion about the 7-8 plan for non-core teachers that should take effect next year. As a special education teacher, we are already really struggling with being able to schedule ARDs within the timeline, and having to ask teachers who only get one planning day every other day to use that time to attend an ARD doesn't feel ethical. So it would really put a lot of pressure on special education teachers to work around that. And it would also end up putting a lot of pressure on more of the core teachers to attend more of those ARDs. And we just got out of our issues with TEA, staying in compliance with special education. So this feels like it's a direct threat to being able to stay in compliance. And I'd also just like to point out that the verbiage around the stipends for special education teachers, it appeared that if teachers are out of compliance, that they would rescind their stipend, which is really a pay cut. It's about a 10% pay cut for special education teachers if we don't get that stipend.
My name is Cecile. I'm commenting as a Cook Elementary mom after learning about the proposed cuts in relation to the budget crisis, because I'm very concerned about the staffing reductions that have been proposed for Cook Elementary, which is a Title I campus with an improvement plan in place. We need all the stuff that we have to keep on improving, so it's very concerning, especially interventionists. If we don't have all the interventionists that we've had, I don't think it's going to work. So I hope in relation to this budget crisis, we can keep equity in mind and focus the remaining resources on the schools that need it the most, and just ask schools in more privileged areas to just find other ways, because Title I campuses do not have any.
Hi, my name is Carla Landry, and I am a Maplewood parent of 2 students. I'm calling in regards to item number 41, budget update. I appreciate your hard work from the last few months and trying to keep cuts in headquarters. However, I can't ignore the fact that we are also trying to do additional campus cuts, which we cannot afford. Cuts to class ratios and planning sessions will drive out excellent teachers and families in AISD. When my son was in kinder several years ago, our class sizes were 25-1, and that was not a working situation. When we returned from the holidays, they added another additional class, and we went down to ratios of about 16-1, and all students and teachers' needs were met. We cannot go to these ratios. It is detrimental to AISD campuses. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Rachel Hernandez, and I'm a parent of a student at Blackshear Elementary. I am calling with concerns regarding the proposed plan to close Blackshear in the middle of the 2027-2028 school year and move to the previous site of Oak Springs Elementary. In one of the few meetings we had with the superintendent, he made it clear that he was part of the committee that supported and set in motion the plan to rebuild Oak Springs. I think that is a good idea, and I'm not up against that happening. I just do not think that you should have to close Blackshear in order to accomplish that. It feels like you needed Blackshear to get Oak Springs out of a tap, but then afterwards it will be sacrificed. I also do not feel confident that the one person making this decision has the ability to be unbiased, given he was one of the people who spearheaded the plan to rebuild Oak Springs. The proposed plan is being called a move, but is actually a closure for Blackshear. There have been talks about the rebuild having a new combined identity, but at the last board informational session, the superintendent, in the least surprising Freudian slip, even referred to it as New Oak Springs. How is that a new combined identity? It is basically a restart that you were just trying to rebrand. Blackshear deserves better than this charade you were trying to sell.
Joy Roberts, dance teacher at the Ann Richards School. I'm calling regarding the budget cut recommendation in which core teachers stay at 6 out of 8 and elective teachers move to 7 out of 8. The base pay to work time discrepancy is obvious, but I'd also like to remind the board that many core teachers qualify for additional pay through TIA that elective teachers don't qualify for. Therefore, the salary disparity grows considerably. Elective teachers will work more direct service hours with students at a much lower salary. Add to that the threat of cutting stipends for fine arts and elective activities, and you reduce the current salaries even more. These decisions will result in loss of valuable student programming opportunities and negatively impact employee buy-in and school community morale.
Hello, my name is Lisa Flores. I'm the Easter Seals contract. Transition services are a major area of need in AISD. I'd urge you not to rely on a single provider that is operating out of New York. Please expand partnerships with local organizations and consider opening a district-run transition center, potentially in a closed campus, to increase access and options for students who are in desperate need of those options. On the camera policy, AISD is clearly not following state law. Parents are required to submit requests through the principal, yet they're routinely routed to somebody in admin and central office, and decisions are being made based on the placement in the IEP rather than where the students are actually spending time, which results in denials. Even in cases where students have spent their entire day in a seclusion room, the camera was denied. So the camera, it says where they spend their day, not what's in their IEP. If you have time to revise this policy and vote, you also have time to vote on installing and making operational cameras in all eligible settings every year for every student to protect your students. Thank you so much. I hope that you do take that vote.
My name is Rachel Bowden, and I'm a Blackshear parent. On November 4th, the superintendent cited integrity concerns as a reason to reduce the number of schools proposed to close, while stating that the necessity surrounding closure consolidation and boundary changes has not changed, and that we could see deeper budget cuts impacting all of our classrooms if we fail to take action this year. The investigation showed no merit to integrity allegations. On November 20th, the board voted to close 10 schools. Blackshear was not on that list. The board considered a restart at Oak Springs and decided instead to build on Blackshear's record of success. On March 30th, Segura announced a unilateral decision to close Blackshear in December 2027, forcing students to move mid-school year and mid-TAP. On April 23rd, Segura announced that no additional schools would be closed. If AISD can save Riker Woods, Maplewood, and Palm, they can and should also save Blackshear. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shannon Donahue, and I'm a bilingual speech-language pathologist. I conduct early childhood evaluations. Our team is the first point of contact for families of our youngest learners. We serve a critical role in complying with child fine legal requirements. In 2020, our early childhood evaluation team was decimated due to losing 100% of our evaluation services staff members, school psychologists, and educational diagnosticians, in part due to unresolved issues around compensation. This loss directly contributed to the backlog of special education evaluations at that time. After our work to recover from that backlog, it is crucial that we retain qualified special education staff, especially bilingual staff. I urge you to amend the proposed bilingual stipend to the maximum amount for bilingual speech pathologists, school psychologists, and educational diagnosticians. The populations we serve already face systemic inequities. Let's not risk the loss of bilingual staff in these critical roles by cutting their staff.
Hello, my name is Iyari Tolmos, and I'm a bilingual speech-language pathologist at 4 North Base Austin ISD schools. Across these campuses, I support Spanish-speaking students with a variety of communication needs and their families by providing direct speech therapy services, supervising a bilingual SLPA so more students can receive their legally mandated services, completing bilingual evaluations, case managing for many students, and attending over 100 ARDs per year, communicating with families in their native language, among many other duties. I'm calling to express concern about the proposed changes to bilingual stipends and to urge the board to protect stability across the full bilingual team, particularly for SPED service providers. Austin ISD only recently regained compliance after years of intensive TEA oversight, and that progress came from a tremendous amount of work across campuses, including the completion of numerous bilingual evaluations. Reducing bilingual stipends will lead to increased turnover, particularly with Spanish service providers, delays in bilingual evaluations and services, and greater reliance on expensive outside support. Please protect the bilingual stipend in addition to the special education stipend, and consider how these changes could affect student services, team stability, and long-term costs.
My name is Aline Thompson, and I teach at Navarro Early College High School, and I'm here to speak on budget item 4.1, the budget in the budget update. This week, AISD labeled teachers as foundational and non-foundational, and as a non-foundational teacher who teaches art, I will be required to teach 7 out of 8 periods next year, while others may have 2 planning periods. Fine arts teachers, especially art teachers, have more classes, preps, 3 to 6, versus a foundational teacher with 1 to 2 preps. I often teach at least 5 classes and 1 in my advanced classes. We often also have larger class sizes and support before and after school programs. And we also serve a high number of special education students. With less planning time, we cannot effectively meet student needs, whether that's modifying curriculum, preparing for events, grading, attending 504 and ARD meetings, or collaborating with our teams. This will impact students through larger class sizes, fewer course offerings, and the loss of programs that help keep them engaged in school. I urge you to listen to teachers and restore full planning periods for all to ensure both job sustainability and student access. Thank you.
My name is Erica Hoffman. I work at International High School, one of the 11 closed campuses this year, and I'm a proud member with Education Austin. I urge the board to halt all cuts to the campus level, which would result in both a reduction in force, also known as layoffs, and a major reduction in the quality of life and work for staff members who are now expected to do more work with less attention for the individual needs of our students. We all know that student learning conditions are the same as staff working conditions, and right now it's not looking good. Instead, please prioritize making cuts at central office which are in direct contradiction to the majority Austin ISD workforce. Eliminate all cell phone and travel stipends, consolidate executive director positions to reflect campus consolidations made this year, and reduce non-student facing salaries, which are 3 times more than the average annual salary of the lowest paid full-time worker in the district.
My name is Ivan Garcia-Vincini, and I teach at Crockett High School. I'm here regarding item 4.1. So this week, AISD labeled teachers as foundational and non-foundational, and as an art teacher with 4 different preps, I will now be required to teach 7 out of the 8 periods, losing vital planning time. My workload also includes manually translating every lesson into both English and Spanish to support all my students. Without adequate planning time, I cannot provide these bilingual materials or modify curriculum for IEP and 504 needs, or manage the large class size typical of fine arts. This policy will lead to fewer course offerings and the loss of programs that keep our students in school. So I urge you please to restore the full planning periods for all educators to ensure instructional equity and teacher sustainability. Thank you. Bye.
This week, AISD labeled teachers as foundational and non-foundational. As a non-foundational teacher who teaches sculpture, fine art sculpture, I will be required to teach 7 out of 8 periods next year, while others may have 2 planning periods. Fine arts teachers have more classes and more preps 3 to 6 versus a foundational teacher with 1 to 2 preps. We often have larger class sizes, support before and after school programs to serve a high number of special education students. With less planning time, we cannot effectively meet our student needs, whether that's modifying curriculum, preparing for events, grading, attending 504 and IEP meetings, or collaborating with our teams. This will impact students through larger class sizes, fewer course offerings, and lots of programs that keep them engaged at school. I urge you to listen to the teachers and restore full planning periods so all assured both job sustainability and student success. Thank you.
Bree Seaman, student. Good evening, Austin ISD School Board Trustees. I'm Bree Seaman, student from Aikens Early College High School, working with the Flow Forward Menstrual Health Club to make a variety of menstrual products accessible in AISD schools. In 2022, AISD issued a press release saying that $85,000 was budgeted to provide dispensers and free menstrual products depending on student usage. The dispensers exist but are not being used on our campus. In response, Flow Forward created small boxes of menstrual products for students to freely use. We have found through our campus pilot project and research that there is still a high demand for menstrual products. At an informational school board meeting in March, I went and received a verbal commitment from Superintendent Segura that he would inquire about the use of product dispensers in the restroom. We understand that the district is purchasing products, but would like to see a renewal of its commitment to make those products available to students in the restroom. Thank you for your time and support.
My name is Mindy Lejeune, and I teach at Bowie High School. I'm here to speak on item 4.1. This week, Austin ISD labeled teachers as foundational and non-foundational. As a non-foundational teacher who teaches visual arts and 2 AP classes, I will now be required to teach 7 out of 8 periods next year, while other teachers have 2 planning periods. Fine arts teachers teach more class preps, like 3 to 6, while a foundational teacher teaches 1 to 2. We have larger class sizes, support before and after school programs, and serve a higher number of special education students. With less planning time, we cannot effectively meet our student needs, whether it's modifying curriculum, preparing for events, grading, attending 504 IEP meetings, and even collaborating with our team. This will impact students through large class sizes, fewer course offerings, and a loss of programs that keep them engaged in school. I urge you to listen to teachers and restore full planning periods for all to ensure job stability and job security and even student success. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Hanford, and I teach at James Bowie High School. I'm here to speak on the item 4.1, the budget update. This week, AISD labeled teachers as foundational and non-foundational. As a non-foundational teacher who teaches band like marching band, jazz band, concert band, steel drums, color guard, percussion, I will be required to teach 7 out of 8 periods next year, while others may have 2 planning periods. Fine arts teachers may have class preps 3 to 6 versus a foundational teacher with 1 to 2 preps. We often have larger class sizes, support before and after school programs, and serve a high number of special education students. With less planning time, we cannot effectively meet students' needs, whether that's modifying curriculum, preparing for events, grading, attending 504 and IEP meetings, or collaborating with our teams. This will impact students through larger class sizes, fewer class offerings, and a loss of programs that keep them engaged in school. So I urge you to listen to teachers and restore full planning periods for all to ensure both job sustainability and student success. Thank you.
Good evening, Austin ISD School Board Trustees. I am Mary Busby, a student from Aikens ECHS, working with Flow Forward Menstrual Health Club to make a variety of menstrual products accessible in AISD schools. In 2022, AISD issued a press release saying that $85,000 was budgeted to provide dispensers and free menstrual products depending on student usage. These dispensers exist but are not being used on our campus. In response, Flow Forward created small boxes of menstrual product for students to freely use. We have found throughout our campus, pilot projects, and research that there is still high demand for menstrual products. At an informational board meeting in March, a student received a verbal commitment from Superintendent Segura that he would inquire about the use of product dispensers in the restroom. We understand that the district is purchasing products, but would like to see a renewal of its commitment to make those products available to students in the restrooms. Thank you for your time and support.
My name is Chris Maniscalco, and I teach at Bowie High School. I am here to speak on item 4.1. This week, the AISD labeled teachers as foundational and non-foundational. As a non-foundational teacher who teaches computer science, robotics, independent study, practical entrepreneurship, and a Algebra 1 credit recovery class, I'm required to teach 7 out of 8 periods next year. Every ARD meeting on campus must have a CTE representative. With only one conference period and a minimum amount of planning allocated, we will be pulled from our classes in order to attend these meetings. CTE teachers already teach more preps, often with multiple levels stacked together, larger class sizes, support before and after school programs, and serve a high number of special education students. With less planning time, we cannot effectively meet the needs of our students, whether that's modifying curriculum, grading, communication with students and parents, documentation, attending 504 and IEP meetings, or collaborating with our teams. For CTE, collaboration also includes collaborating with teachers from other campuses, as many of us are the only ones who teach that content on our campus. This will impact students through larger class sizes, fewer course offerings, and a loss of programs that keep them engaged in school. I urge you to listen to teachers and restore full planning periods to ensure job sustainability.
Hi, my name is Abby Burnham. I teach at McCallum High School. I'm a member of Education Austin. I've been in the district for 20 years. I'm calling about the proposal for elective teachers to take on an additional class while also getting half the planning time of core teachers. Fine arts teachers manage 8 different preps, larger class sizes, performance exhibitions, high number of special education students. We are not eligible for TIA incentives that core teachers can access. Reducing our planning time makes it impossible to meet student needs, modify curriculum, prepare materials, grading, attending IEPs and 504s, and collaborating with colleagues. This directly impacts students through larger class sizes, fewer opportunities, loss of programs, and loss of highly effective teachers. Finally, I want to address the language being used. Dividing teachers into foundational and non-foundational categories is not just inaccurate, it is deeply insulting. As a fine arts teacher, I teach skills that are fundamental to human development. Before children ever learn how to read or write, they draw, they create, they express. I don't know what is more foundational than that. I urge you to reconsider this policy. All students deserve a full,
Hi, my name is Amy Whitaker, and I am both a parent of middle school students and a middle school AISD teacher. I have a general comment about the transition away from one-to-one devices in the budget. I'm happy to see that we're decreasing our over-reliance on technology in education, and I would like to see more traditional paper and pencil activities for our students, especially for our younger learners, but even for our secondary students. Research shows technology is not developing the benefits that we expected, and it exists at a huge cost to our children's health and well-being. I urge the district to provide professional development that educates teachers on the risks of screen-heavy instruction, empowering them to return to traditional, evidence-based teaching methods. Thank you.
Good evening, good morning, Austin ISD School Board Trustees. I'm Scarlett Monroe. I'm a student from Aikens High School, working with the Flow Forward Menstrual Club to make a variety of menstrual products accessible in AISD schools. In 2022, AISD issued a press release saying that $80,000 of budget was provided to dispensers and for free menstrual products depending on student uses. The dispensers exist but are not being used on our campus. In response, Flow Forward created small boxes of menstrual products for students to freely use. We have found through our campus pilot project and research that there is still a high demand for menstrual products. At informational board meetings in March, a student received a verbal compliment from Superintendent Segura that he would inquire about the use of product dispensers in the restroom. We understand that the district is purchasing products, but we would like to see a renewal of its commitment to make those products available and students in the restrooms. Thank you for your time and support.
Good evening, board members. My name is Matthew Gordon. I serve as an AP English teacher at Bowie High. I'm here to demand that the district maintain the 6 of 8 schedule for secondary teachers. Moving to a 7-class load in one day is simply unsustainable. No state limit on secondary class sizes. I currently teach just shy of 200 students with the current 6 of 8 schedule. And as you can imagine, for an English teacher, grading around 200 essays in a timely manner is already a daunting challenge, on top of all the other requirements that a teacher must fulfill during their conference time. Shifting to a 7 of 8 schedule effectively halves my grading time, which would mean that I would either need to increase my unpaid labor time before and after contract hours to almost half of my current daily contract hours. drastically reduce the time it takes to grade essays by pulling back on the depth and quality of the feedback I give my students, or settle for some students not getting their essays graded for well over 3 weeks from the day they are submitted. All of these options, brought forward by a change of 7 of 8 scheduling, guarantees that instructional quality will decline. For me,
my name is Matt Flickinger, calling to let you know that cuts to campuses are both unconscionable and unwise. Forcing secondary teachers to teach 7 of 8 classes will only add to our already unsustainable teacher shortage. No one is lining up to do this job anymore. There are not enough subs to fill in for the mass exodus of teachers that you can expect if you force this on core teachers, but also on elective teachers. Giant class sizes are also contributing to this shortage. If your goal is more money, then driving out teachers will drive away students. And students' attendance is where you get your money. Stop being ridiculous.
Hi, my name is Dr. Vanessa Joy, and I am both a parent and mental health professional with a doctorate in psychology and a master's in counseling. I'm calling in support of less reliance on technology and education. I'd love to see more learning-based activities that don't involve the use of one-to-one devices. While technology is a valuable tool to be accessed in moderation, research tells us that the over-reliance predisposes our kiddos to technology addiction, increasing anxiety, inhibits social emotional growth, and keeps them from meaningful learning-based connection with peers and our amazing educators. I urge the district to provide professional development that educates teachers, students, us as parents and professionals in administration on the risk of screen-heavy instruction, empowering all of us to be innovative and continue to implement engaging, evidence-based creative teaching methods. Thank you so much for what you do and for listening.
Hello, my name is Jessica Garcia, and I teach at McCallum High School. I'm here to speak on item 4.1, the budget update. This week, Austin ISD labeled teachers as foundational and non-foundational. As a non-foundational teacher who teaches art, I will be required to teach 7 out of 8 periods next year, while others will still have 2 planning periods. Fine art teachers have more class preps. I personally have 5, compared to foundational teachers who have 1 to 2. We often have larger class sizes, support before and after school programs, and serve a higher number of special ed students. With less planning time, we cannot effectively meet student needs, whether it's modifying curriculum, preparing for events, grading, attending 504s and IEP meetings, or collaborating with our team. This will impact students through larger class sizes, fewer course offerings, and the loss of programs that keep them engaged in school. I urge you to listen to teachers and restore full planning periods for all to ensure both job sustainability and student success. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aaron Bourgeois, and I teach choir at James Bowie High School. I'm speaking on item 4.1, the budget update. I am asking the board to reject any budget model that reduces teacher planning time. AISD's proposal that was recently released would require so-called non-foundational teachers like myself to teach 7 of 8 periods next year. While fine arts may be non-foundational in a spreadsheet, it is foundational to student belonging, engagement, and school culture. I teach 6 different ensembles with 6 different preps. Adding another period does not just add students, it adds more lesson planning, accommodations, grading, family communication, and IEP and 504 meetings to an already full program. Taking away planning time does not take away work. It turns it into unpaid labor before school, after school, at night, and on weekends. This model will create a mass exodus of strong educators from this district, and once they leave, that damage is not going to be easily undone. Please preserve full planning time for all teachers. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Howe, and I'm a speech-language pathologist at Dawson and Joslyn Elementary School. I'm calling to express concern about the proposed changes to the special education stipends and to urge the board to protect stability across the full SPED spectrum. After years of rigorous and exacting work under TEA oversight, we are forced now with the possibility of bilingual and LSSP stipends being cut, while expectations have increased for speech-language pathologists. Compliance, however, depends on the staffing and commitment of the full team. LSSPs and bilingual staff are essential members of this team. Please protect the special education stipend and consider how these changes could affect team stability, student services, and long-term costs. Thank you.
My name is Leanne Vilnosky, and I teach at Bowie High School. I'm here to speak on item 4.1, the budget update. This week, Austin ISD labeled teachers as foundational and non-foundational. As a non-foundational teacher who teaches dance, I'll be required to teach 7 out of 8 periods next year, while others may still have 2 planning periods. Fine art teachers have classes preps 3 to 6 versus foundational teachers that have 1 to 2 preps. We often have larger classes, support before school and after school programs, and serve a high number of special education students. With less planning time, we cannot effectively meet student needs, whether that's modifying curriculum, preparing for events, grading, attending 504 and IEP meetings, or collaborating with our teams. This will impact students through larger class sizes, fewer course offerings, and the loss of programs that keep them engaged in school. I urge you to listen to teachers and restore full planning periods for all to ensure both job sustainability and student access. Thank you.
My name is Denise Sanders, Education Austin member and teacher at the Ann Richards School. I'm calling to speak on item 4.1, the budget update. AISD has announced that teachers of core subjects will continue to receive full planning time next year, while teachers of non-core subjects will be required to teach 7 of 8 periods. The high school CTE teachers on our campus teach 3, 4, and 5 different classes. Making us teach 7 of 8 means we take on an additional subject. Teaching a new class requires planning, which the district wants to take away. Additionally, the district accelerated the timeline to eliminate Blend. The replacement, Google Classroom, is one of the few platforms that does not support content import from Blend. Teachers who have 10 years of curriculum in Blend must recreate it all in Google Classroom. This is a daunting task, and AISD wants us to do it with half the planning time. I urge you to listen to teachers. Restore full planning periods for all to ensure job sustainability, quality instruction, and student success. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kayla Green, and I teach at Crockett High School. I wanted to speak on item 4.1, the budget update. This week, AISD labeled teachers as foundational and non-foundational. As a non-foundational teacher who teaches orchestra and piano, I will be required to teach 7 out of 8 periods next year, while others have 2 planning periods. Fine arts teachers have more classes, prep 3 through 6, versus a foundational teacher with 1 to 2 preps. We often have larger class sizes, support before and after school programs, and serve a high number of special education students. With less planning time, we cannot effectively meet student needs, whether that's modifying curriculum, preparing for events, grading, attending 504 and IEP meetings, or collaborating with our teams. This will impact students through large class sizes, fewer course offerings, and the loss of programs that keep them engaged in school. I urge you to listen to teachers and restore full planning periods for all to ensure both job sustainability and student success. Thank you.
Meg Karevi, Blackshear parent. Please reconsider the plan for Blackshear. At a February meeting, AISD said the majority of community feedback from their survey expressed a clear preference for staying at Blackshear and not relocating students. So then AISD completely ignored this feedback and said they are going to close the school and move students mid-year. Please listen to this feedback that you solicited. Do not close a successful Title I school. If you listened when people asked this of Briker Woods and Maplewood, why can't you listen now when we're talking about Blackshear Elementary? And it also seems so wild to build a new school in an area with declining enrollment while there's a massive budget deficit. It just doesn't seem like a great plan. Please reconsider this.
My name is Courtney Hall, and I teach at James Bowie High School. I'm here to speak on item 4.1, the budget update. This week, AISD labeled teachers as foundational and non-foundational. As a non-foundational teacher who teaches technical theater, I will be required to teach 7 out of 8 periods next year, while others may have 2 planning periods. Fine arts teachers have more classes prepped, 3 to 6 versus a foundational teacher with 1 to 2 preps. We often have larger class sizes, support before and after school programs, and serve a higher number of special education students per year. With less planning time, we cannot effectively meet student needs, whether that's modifying curriculum, preparing for events, grading, attending 504 and IEP meetings, or collaborating with our teams. This will impact students through larger class sizes, fewer course offerings, and the loss of programs that keep them engaged in school. I urge you to listen to teachers and restore full planning periods for all to ensure both job sustainability and student success. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stacy Thien, and I'm a proud member of Education Austin and also an educator within Austin ISD at Bowie High School. I'm calling to leave comment on item 4.1 on the budget shortfall. What I would like to do is challenge you to do what is right by preserving teacher planning time. Taking away teacher planning time will result in decreased student outcomes. It will result in an overall downslide of the education that we provide for our students, as well as a mass exodus of highly qualified educators. Do not do this. Please do not take away teacher planning time. We just got out of hot water for noncompliance with the state for special ed. We are going to find ourselves right back there if this precious time is taken away. It is not the fault of teachers and students for the budget shortfall, and teachers and students should not be paying the price for the fact that we are in an under $181 million deficit. I am sure you are very smart, well-educated people. There can be another way to solve this crisis, but taking away teacher planning time is not the way to do it. Please preserve our 7 out of 8 planning.
Hey, this is Fred Tamarkin, a local community member and future ASD parent. I wanted to note that the decision on Becker Elementary being a surplus property is not a temporary one. Once a public school is public, the lands are declared surplus and sold. That decision is permanent, and that's not what this land was donated for, nor what it should be intended to be used for in the future. And I don't think ASD should make a permanent decision when there are real actionable alternatives on the table that can help meet the near-term financial needs of the district. There are options for short-term and long-term opportunities, and the building community is asking for time, dialogue, and partnership before Becker Elementary and future applications of that land are lost forever. We know AISD needs enrollment, and our neighborhood needed an elementary school, evidenced by the fact that it was oversubscribed, as are the elementary schools that these students are now being sent to. We know the district believes that every family deserves a well-resourced neighborhood school, and Becker was that for generations and can still be for future generations. Vote no on designated.
Hi, my name is Lauren Hudgens, and I'm a bilingual speech-language pathologist. I serve at a variety of campuses across the district, where I evaluate bilingual and monolingual Spanish-speaking students who've been identified as potentially having a speech impairment. I'm an evaluator. My role as an evaluator exists because there are such high support needs for evaluations across all campuses that campus speech-language pathologists often need extra support in order to maintain compliance with evaluation timelines while they still continue to case manage, see students directly, participate in ARD meetings, and provide parent education. I'm calling to express concerns about the proposed changes to the special education and bilingual stipends and to urge the board to protect stability across the full SPED team. AISD only recently regained compliance after years of intensive TEA oversight, and that progress came from a tremendous amount of work across campuses, even with rising evaluation requests. I'm concerned that reducing special education and bilingual stipends will lead to increased turnover, delays in evaluations and services, and greater reliance on expensive outside support such as contractors. Most importantly, it affects consistency for students who depend on experienced collaborative teams. Please protect the special education and bilingual stipends and consider how these changes could affect team stability.
Hi, Board of Trustees. I'm a mom of 2 children under 4 years old and greatly value the public education system we have in this country. I reside in Bolden and ask the board to remove Becker Elementary School from the surplus list so that we can work together in building back our public school enrollment here in Austin. Every week, there are families with young babies moving to our neighborhood and forming deep bonds and friendship. Having a neighborhood school that we can walk to, or at least a space dedicated to the public use for arts, culture, education, it really strengthens our community and retains the accessibility and affordability that we value. Again, I ask the board to work with the AISD staff to remove Becker Elementary School from the consideration for surplus designation. Thank you.
Board of Trustees, please do not vote to surplus our schools until you understand more about the school closure effects and what they will be on enrollment. I know the situation with the budget is dire, but you might need these assets in the future. Please don't continue with the boundary changes over the summer, at least not until you see the fall 2026 enrollment numbers. In my opinion, the numbers you're using for the current projected budget is too high for enrollment. People are voting with their feet. Slow down. Don't sell our public properties for a short-term plug in the budget. Focus on the other side of the ledger, increasing enrollment. Work on keeping families
gaining their trust back, and most of all, communicating with the community. We love our public schools. It is the best option for our children. Please work with us, not against us. Thank you.
My name is Madison Young, and I'm a bilingual speech-language pathologist assistant here in Austin ISD, serving up to 80 students across AISD campuses. I'm asking the board to reconsider the proposed reduction to bilingual stipends for SPED support staff. As a bilingual SLPA, I provide direct services in Spanish, support progress monitoring, and contribute to IEP documentation. SLPAs carry larger caseloads than SLPs and extend the district's capacity to serve more students. With only 8 to 9% of providers nationally being bilingual, we're not easy to replace. The bilingual stipend is what brings me and other providers to AISD and keeps us here. Without it, the district risks service gaps and compensatory services it cannot afford. Please protect the compensation of staff serving your most vulnerable students. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Gonzalez Farias. I'm the 504 coordinator at Bowie High School. I wanted to speak on item 4.1, the budget update. I am asking the board to totally reject the budget model that reduces any planning time and conferencing time for teachers. Moving from a 6 out of 8 class period schedule to 7 out of 8 is not only unsustainable, but borderline cruel and laughable. Teachers are saddled with a lot of technical things, administrative things, grading, planning, connecting with students, other tasks that they have to keep up with, meetings that they have to attend for 504 and for IEPs, and there's no way to adhere to federal laws and also the tasks that are required of them with less planning time. I would really, really urge to please preserve full planning time for teachers, for all teachers, not just core classes, fine arts as well. All teachers deserve to have enough time to work on their class material and grading and supports for students within a work period, not outside of school. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Samantha Garcia. I'm a bilingual speech-language pathologist. I currently supervise 2 SLP assistants across 6 campuses, as well as a pre-K partnership serving around 20 students in AISD. I'm speaking today to respectfully request that the board reconsider the proposed reduction of the bilingual stipend for SLPs from $7,000 to $3,500. Bilingual SLPs are exceptionally rare. According to ASHA, the American Speech, Language, and Hearing Association, only approximately 8 to 9% of SLP providers nationally self-identify as multilingual. In a district like AISD, where a significant portion of our SPED population speaks Spanish at home, bilingual providers are not a bonus. They are a necessity. Bilingual SLPs carry a workload that is often invisible in budget discussions. We evaluate, treat, and document in 2 languages. We interpret our own ARD meetings without district interpreter support. We case manage and provide direct services, which qualifies us for the maximum SET stipend. The bilingual stipend should reflect that same standard. I urge the board to explore alternatives, including reverting extended SLP contracts to 187 days and utilizing task-based supplemental pay for summer work. This alone can save the district hundreds of thousands of dollars without reducing a single stipend. Our families and students deserve a stable, qualified...
Hi, my name is Patrick Davis. I'm a parent with students at Blackshear and Keeling. We all know the district is facing significant system-wide budgetary issues, among others, but nickeling and diming each line item on the annual operating budget is not going to fix the problem. All options should be on the table. For that reason, I implore the board to reconsider, or to consider reappropriating bond funds, such as the bond funds allocated for the new Oak Springs building. The superintendent is not doing his job if he's not considering this as an option, and the board is shying away from creative solutions to these generational problems. I'll ask again for all the parents out there, why is the district spending $40 million to build a new Oak Springs building that is too small for the combined enrollment of Blackshear and Oak Springs? It absolutely makes no sense on the sniff test. It makes no sense financially. I don't get it, and I implore the board to think more creatively. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathy Wilson. I'm a parent to 2 AISD students, and I am a Bolden Creek resident. The Bolden Creek neighborhood is ready and willing to work with AISD and help our public schools. Please let's have an actual dialogue before you vote to surplus Becker Elementary. Publicly owned property should remain owned by the public. The City of Austin is working towards affordability. Public schools are the affordable option. Please work with the City of Austin on the future vision for these closing campuses before you designate 6 of them surplus and sell them. Selling or monetizing public assets is not good fiscal policy. This is a short-term plug that needs a long-term solution. Every family deserves access to a vibrant, well-resourced neighborhood school. This was said by our superintendent, Matthias. Becker was a well-resourced, vibrant neighborhood school. ASD, you need enrollment, and Bolden needs a neighborhood public option. Thank you for your consideration. Please vote no to designating Becker.
My name is Gabe Hernandez. I'm calling regarding the decision to close Blackshear Elementary. I'm deeply disappointed that a decision with such enormous consequences for students, families, and the East Austin community is being framed as a campus move instead of what it actually is, a closure for Blackshear and a restart for Oak Springs. A restart for Oak Springs was voted on in November, and it failed. Changing the label does not change the impact. Blackshear's identity and legacy are being dismantled, and families deserve honesty and transparency about that reality. What's especially troubling is that this appears to be happening without a direct board vote on closing the school itself. Decisions of this magnitude should not be obscured through administrative language or procedural maneuvering. The public deserves accountability, and elected trustees should be required to vote clearly and publicly on whether a historic neighborhood school remains open. I'm asking that Blackshear remain open and being considered alongside boundary conversations in this upcoming year.
My name is Leanne Easter, and I teach at Aikens High School. I'm here to speak on item 4.1, the budget update. This week, AISD labeled teachers as foundational and non-foundational. As a non-foundational teacher who teaches theater arts, I'll be required to teach 7 out of 8 periods next year, while others may have 2 planning periods. Fine arts teachers have more class preps. I myself have 5. Versus a foundational teacher with only 1 to 2 preps. We often, as fine arts teachers, have larger class sizes. We support before and after school programs and weekend programs. And I serve a high number of special education students. With less planning time, we cannot effectively meet student needs, whether that's modifying curriculum, preparing for events, grading, attending 504 and IEP meetings, or collaborating with our teams. This will impact students through larger class sizes, fewer course offerings, and the loss of programs that keep them engaged in school. I urge you to listen to teachers.
Hi, my name is Mayra Hernandez, and I'm a bilingual speech language pathologist here in Austin ISD. I'm calling to express my concern about the proposed changes to the special education stipend, specifically the bilingual stipend, and I urge the board to protect stability across the full SPED team. AISD only recently regained compliance after years of intensive TEA oversight, and that progress came from a tremendous amount of work across campuses. I'm concerned that reducing special education stipends and additionally the bilingual stipend will lead to increased turnover, delays in evaluations and services, and greater reliance on expensive outside support. Most importantly, it affects consistency for students who depend on experienced collaborative teams. Please protect the special education stipends overall and consider how these changes could affect team stability, student services, and long-term costs. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our callers, and thank you to all of our in-person speakers. We appreciate you being with us tonight. This concludes our public comment. Please feel free to share comments or questions with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. Trustees, if you have any questions or comments regarding non-agenda topics raised in public comment, please share them now. And in doing so, please note that the district is limited to providing basic factual information in response to questions or needed clarification, identifying existing ASD policies and resources for reference, or noting a topic for follow-up or inclusion in a future meeting agenda. Trustee Foster.
I appreciate all of our commenters, and especially at this time, but I wanted to especially lift up some of our students, Quinn Butler, who spoke with proposals for budget advocacy, and I've read some of his emails, and I'm really appreciative of him and his work. Mary Busby, Bree Seaman, Scarlett Monroe, all speaking to access to menstrual products. and sort of urging us to stay engaged and to check back in. So thank you to all of our students and also to our teachers who prepare our students for that level of advocacy. And I really look forward to working with many of them at the University of Texas, which is something that's happening. Students who are speaking at that podium 4 years later this year will be graduating from our university. So there's a good process going on, and I really appreciate our students.
Thank you. Any other clarifications? Trustee David?
Yeah, there were particularly part of the in-person comments at the beginning talking about advocacy efforts and the state level stuff. I wanted to do a plug for the Advocacy Advisory Committee that Edna Butts chairs. So anybody that wants to volunteer for that committee should definitely reach out. And I had a clarifying question. Are staff able to be on the AAC as, would they count as community members?
Edna Butts, go ahead and come up. Thank you.
For nine community members, 9 parents, and 9 business members appointed by each of you. And then staff appoints 6 teachers, 4 staff members who are not teachers, 2 students from each high school, and 2 central office staff. I think that's it. But the bylaws are on our website, and we are happy to be taking applications. And actually, a couple of people who spoke today just recently got appointed, including the student from Austin High. So we're very happy to have such engaged students.
Okay, thanks for the
don't leave it now. I think it's important to explain what it is, because the very thing that is what people have been asking for, saying stand by us, be down there with us. So if you can explain what we do in that committee.
So this year we've started with educating, having speakers from outside the district talk about things that will come up during the session. So we had Bob Popinski from Raise Your Hand, Texas, speak about school finance. Then the next month we had 2 students from LASA and 1 student from Bowie talking about advocacy and engagement. And then this month we're having people from a nonprofit talk about, give information about charter schools and vouchers. So it's basically leading up to the session. We're trying to provide them with sufficient information for them to inform them about issues that are going to come up next session.
And then beyond the informing, also how to drop a card,
Yes.
how to testify, going down there. We sit
Yes.
in the hearings, we
Yes.
testify in the hearings, and I think that's a great thing for people to know,
Yes.
that we are down
Yes.
there. And you may not see us always in the hearing room, but we are definitely having those conversations with our, what do we call it, y'all? The delegation. Yeah, what do we call it? Not Travis County. Yeah, Travis County delegation, which are, can we say some of those names? Okay. Okay, yeah. So that would be like Representative Hinojosa, Representative Talarico, Busey, now gotten in trouble, Flores, Howard, Cole.
Yes.
Goodwin. I feel like there's somebody I'm missing. Yeah, so, but we're having those conversations, and, even with Eckhart, thank you. Oh my gosh, Eckhart. We are having those conversations, and we are there dropping cards, testifying also.
Yes, and so I should also mention that Representative Donna Howard also spoke to the student, to the group last month. And last session, we did go to the Capitol. We met in the members' lounge, and all of those state reps, you may have been there, came to speak to the group about what they needed to hear from them, what helped, what works, et cetera. And then some people took them to the kiosks and showed how to register to give testimony. So, yeah, so I'm very excited about this new program that we're engaging in.
Yes, and I think one other thing that I want to make sure our community and staff understand when we talk about our role, one of the things that we also do is share data. Right, we always want to understand, how did this bill that passed in the 89th legislature, how did it actually come to fruition, and how is it being operated? And that data is very helpful as legislators contemplate future bills or amendments to laws that have already transpired. So AISD, partnering with other school districts within the region as well as other urbans, are always sending data so that they have information and we can provide it to them to make informed decisions.
Yes.
And if I may, there are some openings on the Advocacy Advisory Committee. You can find that on the Austin ISD Advisory Bodies page. So I really do encourage people. And I think if we find that we have more staff who are interested than the bylaws have space for, I think that's a bylaws change that we should consider as a board. So staff, if you feel like we should do that, you can raise your hand if you're here. You can email us if you're not. You can let us know if that would be a valuable thing to add. We're always very conscious of asking for more of people's time after a long day. And we are hearing loudly when we're out listening about the budget that people want to talk about that advocacy. Our advocacy is always nonpartisan. It's always done, much of it's done in collaboration with other people from around the state. We're part of many coalitions, have relationships with lots of people around the state. So it's done in collaboration. And the other thing the Advocacy Advisory Committee will be doing is helping to make recommendations. It is an advisory body, and they will be helping to make recommendations to the board about some things we should consider as priorities when we adopt our advocacy agenda, which will come up ahead of the legislative session. And Quinn Butler, who spoke tonight, has already made his suggestion for one of the things that we should consider. So really appreciate the focus on that from everyone who's here. Any other comments or questions?
Just quickly, I want to also extend my thanks to the students who spoke, particularly those at Aikens. But it's not on the agenda, but I do request that you send us an update on that situation regarding the products that they referred to. Either provide a short update now or email us one. That's great.
Yeah, no, Trustee Kaufman, happy to provide a brief update and then send a more formal kind of in-depth response to the trustees. So we did follow up the last time that we had students here advocating just for awareness purposes. This is something that I believe deeply in. I brought it to the organization back in my previous role to ensure that we had feminine hygiene products in all of our schools going down to 5th grade. One of the things we did find was that the process of ordering additional products from our warehouse, it's a process that is managed by our custodial or head custodian at the campus. So we've released communication to our custodial team to ensure that they're communicating with the principals and just making sure that information is flowing, because we have, I think you heard them say that we do have these products. We do distribute them. In the event that it doesn't show up at their campus, we are happy to make an adjustment. Also want to be just acknowledge that some of the dispensers have been damaged. Just, you know, as schools, sometimes things happen in restrooms. And so the replacement does take some time, because it's not something we replace. The vendor actually replaces it as a no added cost. So certainly had provide more information to the board, but I want to make sure that everybody understands the commitment that I have as a father of 2 daughters, something that I believe deeply in and absolutely committed to making sure that it progresses and continues on.
Thank you. And I would just like to be reassured that the campus leadership is hearing the students' concerns before they come here and that they're finding creative ways to address the needs instead of just waiting for a district solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments before we move on? I just have one. Can you please, I know we're talking about the budget in a moment, but can you please clarify what is and is not allowed with bond funding?
Yeah, so I appreciate that, President Boswell. Yes, one of the things that we have to recognize in an organization like Austin ISD, there are many different types of funding sources to fund different things. One of those funding sources is our bond proceeds. And the bond proceeds, by way of statute, can only be used to make improvements to facilities, purchase technology, or kind of finish out or build out just improvements otherwise. We can also use them to pay for services such as design services, construction services, program management services, and also support staff to implement those projects. But that is it. We are audited. We do not have the flexibility to use those funds for any other purpose. They have to go to what was committed to the voter. They have to go to improvements to facilities. And we take that very seriously, and we have an auditing firm that ensures that we stay very clear and use those dollars appropriately. So we're not able to move dollars for buildings into payroll or into programs. That is not an allowable expense.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I know it's all very complex, and I appreciate everyone's advocacy, and I know it's a process of having that conversation together so we can all advocate together for things that will move things. So really appreciate everyone who called us in the conversation. All right, so next up is the President's report. Advocacy Advisory Committee was on it. I'm crossing that one off. We're going to start, we have two things now. We're going to start with the February to April 3-month average board meeting time spent on Lone Star governance-defined student outcomes in special education. That was 47%. And for the last month, April of 2026, we were at 46% with 134 minutes in executive session. And everyone from Education Austin, come back in for a minute. Everyone come back in for a minute, because our next thing is a celebration. And the HEB Excellence in Education Awards were held this past weekend. We know we have phenomenal teachers. The state knows we have phenomenal teachers. One of them is with us in the room tonight. Megan Vasquez, who's the PE teacher, one of the PE teachers at Becker, won a statewide leadership award from the HEB Excellence in Education. This is a great big deal statewide award, and we had not one Austin ISD teacher, but two who won major HEB awards. The other is Allison Devaney from Joslin Elementary, who won a Lifetime Achievement Award.
And we know that Allison is also an Education Austin member as well.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm sorry, I tried to say she is. I didn't try to ask. I was trying to.
So thank you to all of our fabulous teachers. We know you are all awesome. I love it when other people note your awesomeness. Just thank you. Thank you. And thank you for coming back in. Yeah.
Thank you, Education Austin.
Thank you for being here. All right, we will now move to our information reports and updates. And Superintendent Segura, would you please introduce the next item?
Yes, I'd like to welcome up Ms. Katrina Montgomery, our Chief Financial Officer, Dr. Mary Ann Maxwell, our Assistant Superintendent of Academics, and Dr. Angel Wilson, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Schools, to share the budget update. So we'll get that queued up here. All right, so before I hand it off to Ms. Katrina Montgomery, I do want to acknowledge just the heaviness of this work. This is, it is difficult because one of the things that was said tonight, and certainly something that I 1,000% believe, and that is the state of Texas does not adequately fund public education, like full stop. And that is unfortunate, and that is certainly the source of much of the pain that we're enduring now as we go through the budgeting process, but it is a real thing. It is not something that we can navigate around. It is something that we have to work through. And we're not going to be perfect as we move through this process. It's impossible to be. I certainly recognize that words matter. And as hard as I try to make sure that I communicate that every single person in this organization has a role in supporting our students and deserve the respect and the love of being an Austin ISD employee, it is very difficult to be balanced the entire time as you make difficult cuts when you know that 87% of your budget is tied to staffing. So it is heavy, and we're working through it. The team here and I will take the community and our board and the staff through the rest of the presentation, but I just kind of wanted to make that statement because there's a lot going on. It's very difficult work, and we know that it impacts people that we love in this community. So, Katrina, go ahead.
Thank you, Superintendent Segura, President Boswell, and fellow trustees. Today we're going to go over a budget update, and I have some of my peers here to assist us. So this is FY 26-27, our general fund budget update, and so this number hasn't changed. The the second column shows our preliminary number with our revenue estimated at $1.4 billion, recapture at $604 million, and operating expenditures at $1.031 billion. So the gross deficit is $181 million. So this part of the slide we've seen. There was a lot of discussion last Thursday about the percentage of the fund balance where the board would like for us to stay. So this next part of the slide talks about the gross net change is $181 million. And the thing that you will see change is property monetization. I had conversations with our real estate team, and they feel more comfortable that they could bring in $45 million worth of property monetizations. So what that ended up doing is increasing the reductions needed. It was 127 previously, so now it's 132. The net is still the same. Nothing has changed there. It's just how we allocated in those two buckets. So the adjusted net change is $4 million, which means that'll be our net deficit, which we would pull or withdraw from our fund balance. So this slide here it's the next two slides. It's a summary budget breakdown with campuses and departments, and we added some additional information after some feedback that we received from our trustees at the work session, as well as listening to our community. And so you can see it's by division. It has the total FTE counts, but what we were able to do this time is we separated between staffing and non-staffing, because when you saw this previously, everything was in $1 amount, in one column, and so we separated it between budget and budget for staffing and budget for non-staffing, and then you have your total to the far right. This document, these two slides here equal our total FTE count of 10,013 and our total operating budget of $1.031 billion. And so the department budget review, this is just an example of how we started going in and making the review that we've done over the past few weeks. And these are just a few examples of departments. You have technology here, legal, and police. And so what we did when we looked at these departments, we went in and looked at non-staffing as well as staffing, and then the total. And then you'll have FTE count. One of the things I want to highlight is when you look at police, we went in to separate direct to campus and then how much is in departments. Because one of the things we talk about all the time is the expense for departments, but a lot of our departments here at Central have people that directly work on our campuses. So we did our best to separate that. This is an example slide here for these three departments, but what you will see in the appendix, you will see that for every single department here at Austin ISD.
Yes, and Katrina, just a moment. There are going to be some departments that are kind of placed at the campus but carried district-wide that maybe show up still even after you go through this process. Mm-hmm. An example of that would be like plumbers or electricians. They don't live at a campus. They move through all campuses. Right. Police officers, custodians, they tend to be at a campus the majority of the time. So I know last Thursday, and I apologize for not being able to be there, there were conversations because we were taking the total amount divided by the number of full-time equivalents or positions, and it looked like really inflated numbers. So we're really trying to make sure we can communicate clearly how it all breaks down. And many of the things that are tied to central budget are resources and staff that are deployed to our campuses. And again, these are all provided in the appendix of this presentation, like division by division, department by department. Thank you, Katrina.
Thank you. And so this next slide is our budget projection scenarios, and we spent a lot of time on this slide as well. So let's go to the property value change on the far left-hand side. You will see that originally when we started talking about this, TCAD, Traverse Central Appraisal District, gave us a range between a property value decline of -3% and -5%. So when we originally started talking about this, we were using a property value net change of a -5%. And then at the top, you see we have our refined ADA change, and we used a -3%. And so with further deliberations, after the workshop and talking with the superintendent, the numbers we're going to use is for property value change, a -3%, and refined ADA, a -3% as well. So when you look at this slide, the difference between where you see the blue was 11.6. The reason why this is additional monies that the district will receive that was not originally included in the 181 million. And we talked about the reason this happened is because we got an updated template and we're now changing our projections. So just off the, when we look at this, we're saying the $181 million will now be reduced by the $14.6 million because we changed our assumptions. The one thing I want to bring up is because when you see the refined ADA change, it shows that we've had a negative 3%. I want to make sure that we are always clear that our enrollment decreased 4%, but our average ADA only decreased 3%. And we've talked about how well the departments have done a great job. Our enrollment department, our ADA department, as well as our campuses, to make sure that our enrollment did not, our average daily attendance did not drop as much as our enrollment. So I just wanted to make sure to clarify, even though we still are looking that our average daily attendance has dropped this year and we're projecting that it will decrease next year, it is not reducing to the same intent or level as our enrollment has. And so here are our final assumptions, and we wanted to talk about this so that we're all clear of where we're landing. So our property values are going to be at a negative 3%. Our refined ADA is at a negative 3%, and our unassigned fund balance target is 15%. And these are going to be the assumptions that we're going to move forward with. We're going to produce a recommended budget that are going to have all of these three assumptions, so that we need to solidify what these numbers are so that we can move forward from the preliminary budget and start making the recommended budget.
Yeah, Katrina, just a moment. I think one of the things that I want to just reinforce is the deliberation around each of these assumptions. Mm-hmm. You and I have spent probably the better part of 2.5, 3 months, like really deliberating on like what this number should be. Bless you, Trustee Foster. And one of the things that is happening, as we've shared in previous presentation, is that every single week we get new information that helps us either refine or maybe back off or maybe even be more aggressive on an assumption. And so we didn't arrive at these overnight. Right. We're taking information, and one of the things that has changed and that we've gotten better at is how we track enrollment. It's just something I think we need to acknowledge. In years past, we would roll over enrollment year to year, and so we would take snapshot, roll it over, and whether the student had been there or not been there, if we had any information of them registering, we would just roll them over. So you can imagine how that conservative approach creates an overestimate of what your enrollment is likely to be at the beginning of the school year. So you overstaff, then you go through leveling. We don't like to level, and we end up not taking the reductions, and that compounding over time has led to many of the things that we're navigating now. So where we are in enrollment, because it came up from our from some of the callers, and we did a confirmation just earlier today because it's something that has been a priority of ours. You've seen me propose it, have it on multiple slides over the last many months. Victoria O'Neill, who's our the leader of the group, shared some information with me earlier today. So regarding current enrollment, we have 51,361 students enrolled over the 68,329, which is the projected enrollment that we're using. That's 75%. That is up 14,000 from this point last year. So that this is. The reason I'm sharing this is because every person that's enrolled, we've had multiple interactions with them, they've registered, we've gotten their information, they're fully enrolled, right? That we have confirmation and certainty that they're coming, way more than having nothing and just assuming they're going to come next year. The other thing is pre-K is up 15% from last year, year over year. We have 1,088 confirmed now versus 645 last year at this point. And then at this point, currently, there are 2,200 new students to Austin ISD who were not previously in Austin ISD anywhere, already enrolled. So we're taking projections, we're having conversations with principals, and we're trying to get to a place where we feel good about the percent. We're not going to overestimate, which is why we're still at negative 3%. But I do feel comfortable at the number that we are targeting is one that we are likely to meet or exceed. Whereas in previous years, I think we were kind of using a number that wasn't validated to the same degree we're validating now, and we would miss that target. So I just wanted to make that point because that is real information and just I think acknowledges a lot of the work that's been happening in the background that we don't often talk about. Go ahead, Katrina.
Thank you. And so this next slide here is our review process. This is the process that our superintendent just referred to, where we've been working diligently with leadership and staff members. We started out with a department compliance document, which you'll see in a second, which each department had to go in detail list all of their expenditures, and then they had to explain, was it a district, was it federal, or was it state required? And so we went through with each of our departments, and some of our departments multiple times. I think Dr. Maxwell's departments were so big, we met like 6 or 7 times. So like we spent a lot of time going line item by line item by line item, looking at our information. Chief Drinks led some principal engagement with our vertical team leads. There were multiple of those meetings that also went very, very well. There was a lot of rapport with our principals, and they gave us a lot of great feedback on some of the things I think it was called puts and takes. And so what would they like to see us keep, and what would they like to see us discontinue? And then, so continue, rescale, and stop. And then we met with AAPSA. We've been meeting with our budget ad hoc committee, joint advisory bodies. We did 2 sessions, I believe, so that we can, instead of having to meet with them individually, we've had our survey that has, I believe the last time I looked, over 6,000 plus responses. And we've been in contact with and meeting with Ed Austin as well, and as well with the Board of Trustees. So then in the middle, you'll see the superintendent review column. So after we went through all of these documents with all of the leaders, then it had to come to our superintendent, where he was in the meetings going line item by line item, looking at a compliance check as well as our standards of service. So if we were able to reduce something, how is that going to impact our service? And then always looking at our SRI bands. How will this impact band 1 and band 2? So this is the implementation of the process that we did. And so far.
Ms. Montgomery, sorry, yes. Can you explain SRI bands for people who don't know what that is, or
absolutely.
Thank you.
So one of the things that we started doing 3 years ago, well, about 2.5 years ago, I think it's the summer between 23 and 24, is we worked closely with Dr. Hawley and her team, as well as our principals and other leaders in the organization. And what we were trying to do was trying to clearly communicate to everybody in the organization where the priority was going to be when it came to providing support to schools. Previously, we'd use terms like Title I. Title I can oscillate from year to year. We would use other schools that had TAPs or TIPs, and there was always something that created a misunderstanding about which school was in what category and whether they should be prioritized. And so what we did was create a support and resource index. That's what SRI stands for. We took all of our schools, we looked at the demographics of the school, we looked at the supports that historically they maybe didn't have. We looked at the vacancy rates over time. We looked at years of tenure for the teachers, principalship, and we created an index. We spent a lot of time working with principals in our teams just to make sure that it was clearly understood what it was. We created bands, and we said, okay, if you're band 1, you serve a student population that's been historically underserved, and it needs to be clear that if you're in talent strategy and an request form comes for an employee, it is processed quickly. If we're operating and we're either mowing lawns or anything that we do in Austin ISD, the focus needs to be here. And if we have limited funds and we have to distribute those funds, we need to make sure that the funds are focused in the schools that have historically not been supported to that same degree. So that is what we use. We've used it consistently. We do update it every single year. It doesn't move a whole bunch because it's really based on students, not on performance. It's based on student need. But we also do make some adjustments at the superintendent level, and those adjustments really come down to whether you are part of a turnaround plan. If you are a turnaround plan, we do promote you into the band so that it's clear that you should be the focus of our system when resources are limited. And so using that in reverse, when we're going through reductions, we want to understand how does this reduction, does it have a greater, does it adversely impact to a greater degree band 1 schools versus non-band 1 schools? And if it does, then we need to think about restructuring that reduction. Or can we scale the reduction in a way that doesn't occur? So you're going to see that thematically throughout all of our work. So that's what that is.
Thank you.
The next slide is our budget reduction progress to date. So we have reached 64% of our total target reductions have been identified. Again, this was weeks and weeks and weeks worth of work where we've gone line item by line item. So you see there are 2 columns here, in progress, which means we've done a lot of work, we're almost there, but we're not ready to call it or finalize it, with the department's chief of staff, finance, general counsel, school leadership and fine arts, special education, the superintendent, talent strategy and technology, and then there's some pending departments that we're still working on, which would be academic, athletics, health services, operations, and police. So even though we've done a lot of great work to date, we're very clear that we still have more work to do, and the superintendent and I are committed to finishing this process. The next slide is review of required versus compliance, and this is the slide that I made reference to earlier. So you can see an example. This is a department's document, and you can see it has an item, and then it has what the cost was, and then they had to go in and describe, was it federally for compliance, was it a federal requirement, a state requirement, or a district? And you can also see, like under in this one, the very first row, for the state compliance, they put the TEC code. So this is all information that is line by line by line that we talked about when reviewing each of the items presented from our departments. So our recommendations today, we're going to talk a little bit about staffing ratios and planning time, stipends, and technology. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Maxwell.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. Good evening, Superintendent Segura and Board of Trustees. So what you'll see on the next few slides are the staffing ratios and planning time reductions that we have proposed for elementary and secondary. Both are, you'll see, a phased-in approach. None of these are all terrible choices to have to make. I will say that. They're very, very difficult, but we're in a position where we have to make some terrible choices. And so there's certainly a lot of conversations that have gone around this, and some feedback that we've gathered from campuses as well, to try to do this in a way that protects our most vulnerable campuses and students, and at the same time reduces some impact the first year, allows for some additional time for adjustments, and then continues in the second year approach. So for elementary, what we see is no changes to planning time in that first year. As we know, elementary, for a few years ago, went to a model that added additional planning time into their school day. Previous to that, all elementary teachers, which is pretty typical, only have one planning time every day. They get 45 minutes a day. They teach 4 content areas. So in secondary world, that would be called multiple preps. And so that is what they had before, and then the district went to a model a few years ago that added additional planning time for those teachers. And so the proposal for year 1 is to, instead of, that will happen in year 2 for elementary, but the first year, not changing that planning time, but instead going to some reduced ratios for staffing. So for Band 1 campuses, they would retain their current ratios. Band 2 with an unacceptable rating, knowing that they have a lot of weight and struggle and movement to make. They will also retain current ratios. We did say there are exceptions may be made by the superintendent on Band 2 because we have different needs and areas in Band 2 as well. And Bands 3 and 4 campuses will move to the new ratios. For pre-K 3, it's 17-1. Pre-K 4 through first grade stays at 22-1. Second through fourth grade, that is an increase by 2 students, which we'll see on the next slide, to 24-1. And then fifth grade to 27-1, again, another increase. Year 2 of this phased-in approach would include losing some planning time for some campuses. So again, in Band 1, which we look at every year, we evaluate factors affecting our campuses. We evaluate performance and all the things going on that campuses are going through to really determine Band 1 and use those indicators every year to reevaluate. So Band 1, so far and in the future, we plan to always have any campus that has an unacceptable rating in Band 1. And then any Band 2, if it's the case that they stay in Band 2 that has a UA rating, Again, they would retain that additional planning time, and all other campuses, they would reduce the essential areas' additional planning time that they're offered, and they would return to a traditional daily, once daily planning, so that they have 5 periods per week through the week. On the next slide, it shows a little more detail about those staffing ratios. I do want to make sure that when we're talking about pre-K 3 and pre-K 4, there is no change to those ratios, and there is not a change to the teaching assistant in the classroom. So this is just talking about teaching ratios, but we're still following the highly qualified pre-K recommendations of 11 to 1 students in those classrooms. And again, no change for kindergarten and first grade, staying at 22. Also, this is another approach that we took in considering reducing class ratios, that our youngest learners typically really need that smaller class size ratio. Class size ratios are also very important. They matter for students and student success. Planning time for teachers has incredible impact as well on student success. So, and collective teachers' efficacy and teachers working together actually even has more impact on student outcomes and class sizes. And there's a range of class sizes that is still, that still promotes positive student outcomes. So this is within that range. And again, this is the proposal just for next year, and some campuses will go to that this year, and then more campuses going for reducing their planning time next year. And then I'll hand it over to Dr.
And before we hand it off, one thing I want to just kind of reinforce is, with feedback we heard from the survey and conversations with Education Austin, feedback from our principals, we wanted to protect planning time as best we could, recognizing that a staffing reduction is going to have to, a position allocation reduction has to occur in order to reduce the budget, which are two different things. And so we had to differentiate. So we differentiate based on need, right? Support and resource index, and you see that in the work. We differentiated based on grade level, because we know that our youngest learners need developmentally appropriate school student-teacher ratios, and so we made those adjustments, and we differentiated on time, so that it's a 2-year kind of like push in to get this all the way through, which also creates space for if something happens in the future and we're able to make a different adjustment, then we can do it. So we're really trying to be intentional with all the feedback we've gotten to arrive at something that reduces the budget, but at the same time protects those things that we value to the best of our abilities, recognizing that there are no good decisions here. Sorry, go ahead, Dr. Wilson.
Thank you, Superintendent Segura, and thank you, Dr. Maxwell. Good evening, Board of Trustees. So there's a great deal of information presented on this slide, but before we begin, I want to take time first to frame and reframe some of the language that has been presented. I echo Superintendent Segura's sentiments that he mentioned before this presentation began, and we all echo that. We do believe that the teacher is the single most influential and important factor in any classroom that's supported by research. It's supported by our own experiential backgrounds. And so with that in mind, we want to clarify and we want to point out that our intent in referencing the language from the Texas Education Code was not to rather signify that one group of teachers is more valuable or more important than another group of teachers. Our intent was to differentiate, so that way when we are having these conversations, we are very clear when we come to looking across the broader scope of campuses for secondary in 6 of 8 and 7 out of 8 in planning. So what's referenced in TEC 28.002 is the distinguish between the foundation and non-foundation curriculum courses in order to support master schedule planning that accurately reflects the needs of the campus. As we go into the details, when we provide the guardrails for principals, we are creating opportunities and spaces for principals, teachers, staff to collaborate and to decide on what works best for their campus. So we're going to start off first with the context of how our talent strategy team staffed the campuses with the formula by using the 6.5 out of 8, which is a TASB recommended formula for staffing campuses. What that means is that there are certain allocations that will be provided to campuses, and once principals receive those allocations, which they have not yet, but once they receive them, they will have the flexibility and the agency to be able to make decisions that best support the campus. We understand that maybe was not clearly communicated in the letter on Tuesday to the community, and so we will take the time to flesh that out with principals. We meet with them next Wednesday, and we will spend the entire day in collaborative working groups in partnership with our academics team, our CTE team, special education team, fine arts, athletics, and a lot of other different departments that we know are critically impacted and will want to have a voice at the table to ensure that they are receiving the support and the resources that they need in order to be successful, along with every other teacher on the campus. Spoke with a teacher from Aikens Early College High School right before the board meeting began and was able to speak with a few principals before this meeting began as well. We do also understand the unique context and layout of each campus. For a campus like Aikens Early College High School, their campus is devised around this really, really cool concept of academies, and those academies support our CTE, completer pathways, and they support our CCMR pathways. And so with the model of the 6.5 out of 8 TASB recommended model that Talent Strategy is using in staff campuses, that model is really based on the assumption that every campus has a 50-50 split when it comes to the distribution of core and non-core classes, and that's not necessarily the case. At a campus like Aikens or at a campus like LASA, we may see a weight heavier with one way or the other, and we want to be able to provide principals with that autonomy to make those decisions. So it doesn't necessarily mean that every teacher that is identified as a non-foundation, as teaching a non-foundation curriculum course, let me be clear with that, not a non-foundation teacher, but teaching a non-foundation curriculum course, it does not necessarily mean that they will all teach 7 out of 8. If there is room and if there is real estate with the master schedule and the principal is able to creatively work that out, then we will allow principals that autonomy and flexibility. There will not be this rigid practice of having standardization across the campuses in that sense. So we will provide the guardrails, and then we will allow them to work out the details. We've heard also several conversations come up today as well as throughout the week of block schedule versus a straight 8-period schedule. Those are things that we plan to work out as well on Wednesday with principals, and they are bringing and gathering feedback from their staff so that we can have very robust conversations and we can place this within the context of school-based scenarios with the unique needs that have been provided.
Yeah, and Dr. Wilson, I think just clearly stating a 6.5 out of 8 allows a block schedule.
Yes.
If the campus chooses to do it, they can do it. Just to be crystal clear, because I know that we've had a lot of questions around it, and technically you could do that also with a 7 out of 8, but you would lose a planning period every other day. So just 6.5 out of 8 still allows it, but we're providing the autonomy and working with our principals to make sure we support them and deliver what's best for the campus.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so if we take a look at the other information presented in the slide, you see the first bullet references TAP campuses, and also you'll see the same language as presented in the elementary slide with the superintendent's discretion for any other campuses. So all TAF and Restart campuses will be staffed at an 8 out of 10. Sometimes you hear that reference as 5 by 5, which is the same model. And this is to provide protection for a daily block schedule. We want to protect and ensure that students are able to be immersed in reading and mathematics instruction daily. And so having this 8 out of 10 schedule allows us to do that, and it allows us to be able to meet the needs of students. This schedule also, I know when you hear about double blocks, like, it's a red flag sometimes. The schedule does not limit the student's ability to have electives. So the 8 out of 10 provides that support where it's additional periods and they're not losing an elective or having to choose between the two, because we understand the importance of ensuring that our students are well-rounded individuals. And then the second bullet, we mentioned the 6.5 out of 8, and we also, you'll see it really itemize what the foundation core curriculum courses include as identified by TEC 28.002. I want to stop right here and make it a point that we are working with our academics team collaboratively to also distinguish what other courses are included. We heard some calls about special education. We already met with Dr. Cherry Lee, and special education, inclusion, and resource teachers are included in this as well. We understand that there may be some courses where special education classes are electives, and if it is identified by the IEP, then it will be included as well, but we will take those on a case-by-case basis as we work with our special education department to ensure that we are able to explicitly define and add to it, based on what we define and frame for Austin ISD. And then for year two, 27, 28, our plan is to still protect, secondary campuses with an unacceptable rating will still remain staffed at the 6 out of 8 model for foundation curriculum courses and 7 out of 8 for all other courses, exceptions made by superintendent's discretion. And then all other secondary campuses will be staffed at 7 out of 8 for all courses.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Wilson. And as I move on to the next slide, I think one of the things that we want to acknowledge is what we've heard from our principals, and what I think is absolutely true is that when you go, even if you have a thoughtful phase-in approach, it creates disruptions because principals will have to hire this year and then make a difficult decision next year. So we've actually heard from principals that have said, let's just do it all now. Or, so we are working through these, and we certainly want to make sure that we have consistency in how we allocate staff, or allocations of staff. But I just want to recognize there is that kind of challenge of when you break it down too far, it becomes sometimes challenging at the campus level. So we are taking that into consideration as well. So this slide here, slide 15, what it represents are the number of estimated impacted allocations. And so when we go through the staffing formulas that Dr. Wilson, Dr. Maxwell just laid out, you can see that in elementary it's 76 allocations. It is 51 allocations in middle school and 79 in high school. I'm also showing here vacancies. I think it's really, really important that when you break this down campus by campus, in many cases there may be a 1 or 2 staffing allocation reduction, but there are 2 or 3 vacancies on the campus. Like we see this, we're going through it, we're going to be sharing it district-wide as we build out the data sets. And then we also have additionally non-certified teachers on our campus as well, and we know the pressures that the state has put us under regarding, making sure that we move to a point where we have only certified educators on our campuses. So the reason that I share this is because you can see just the total number, 206, 449, and 261, that if we do this thoughtfully, if we work with our principals, we have there's a very high probability we can navigate this without a lot of disruption on the campuses because of just the balance of vacancies and estimated impact allocations. These aren't people. Remember, this is a future fiscal year. The way that it works is we allocate the positions, the principal with the enrollment team refine the positions, we look at the needs of the student, emergent bilingual, special education, and then we kind of make the final determination. So I think for scaling purposes, I think it's important to show it this way. I've heard people tell me that it's thousands of staff. It's not what it was in 2011, 2012. This is a different scale, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be intentional. In fact, I think we're being incredibly intentional just because of how complex this is. Total number of full-time equivalents, which is what we call an allocation in Austin ISD, is 3,431. It's a budget, but they all are individuals. Total teachers, 5,100. And again, it's always at an estimated point because enrollment changes and that impacts our staffing allocations. The other thing that I want to be really clear is the delta between the two are the special education allocations. Those are not driven by formula, those are driven by need. So Dr. Cherry Lee looks at the needs of the campus, student needs, and then allocates a position. It's not driven by a formula. And then lastly, there are grant positions that are funded on our campuses. So many of those things drive the total number of staff and teachers that we have on our campuses. As we go to the next slide, this came up a little bit. Go ahead, Trustee, I'm sorry.
Yeah, can I just clarify on this slide, am I understanding correctly, is there's 449 is unfilled vacancy positions, and you're saying that with the reallocation, 206 of those positions wouldn't need to be filled because they would no longer be there.
Correct, and I think you have a lot more flexibility in elementary because of the way the certification works. So second grade, third grade, fourth grade, you have a lot of ability to move in between the campus. It'll be a little more difficult in high school, but given the size of the schools and the collaboration with our principals, we feel like we can be successful. I don't want to mislead anybody. I mean, this is a challenge, but there are many vacancies across all the campuses, and when you go campus by campus by campus, what you'll see is a reduction in allocation of 1 or 2, but then they also have 2 or 3 vacancies. And that's pretty consistent across the district, or 1 or 2. In some cases, it'll be 0, but that gives us flexibility because there's needs elsewhere, and the certification will hold. So that your point is exactly the point that I'm attempting to make here. As we go to...
Can I ask one more quick question about this? Can you explain the difference between the total FTE number and the total teacher number? Because my understanding was that we were looking at numbers of teachers. I don't quite get that.
Yeah, so the number of teachers in the table, that's driven by the formula. So we have one way to look at it would be general education teachers first. So we have a formula. It was, I think, shared last Thursday. Probably could have been shared with a little more detail, but our formula right now has different weights. It has weights for emergent bilingual students. It has weights for students receiving special education services. And those weights kind of start the allocations. And then we staff to language. And so certain campuses, given the programs that they have, we kind of allocate, certified teachers in those strands or in those classrooms. So all of that gets considered, and all of that is driven to the 3,431. The difference between the 5104 and the 3431 are all the teachers who are not tied to the formula. So as I said before, special education teachers are not driven by formula, they're driven by need. So Dr. Cherry Lee looks at the needs of the students on the campus every year, and they allocate staff. And so the difference, many of those staff are driven by special education teachers. We also have other educators. I think instructional coaches might be in that group. And I think there's one other teaching group in it. But that's what the difference is. Is that one is formula driven, the other is kind of additive.
So I'm going to need some clarification also. I guess Dr. Maxwell will be able to answer this question. I want to make sure that I'm correct. Because of HB2, math and reading teachers starting in 26-27 have to be certified, correct? I don't understand how we have flexibility then.
Flexibility
The superintendent just said we have flexibility in elementary school.
Oh.
How do we have flexibility in a place we've just been locked in? So I guess my first question would be, if we don't know right offhand, how many uncertified teachers are teaching English and or RLA and mathematics in K through, not K through, it would be, K through 6, K through 5.
In elementary, you're certified as a generalist, and so you're EC through.
No, that's not my question. I'm so sorry. So I don't want to waste any time. Pardon?
I understood the flexibility to be in the fact that the certification applies to almost every.
Okay, that again is not my thing.
Sculpture,
so
art.
Here's what I know. We have people that are teaching in elementary school that are not certified, right? So that's my question. So if we have people starting in 26, 27, let's say I'm Candace and I'm teaching 4th grade, right? And my school I'm a single classroom. I'm not split to teach English and science or math or whatever, right? We have that happening. I know we have that happening. So now it's 26, 27. I'm not certified. Where do I go? How do we have flexibility in that? Because we have a ton of uncertified teachers in elementary school.
There's 143. So one thing I want to say is I want to be really precise, and I don't know that we have the right person in the room to answer that question, but the way that TA is interpreting the ramp up to get to it, there were some adjustments made at the end of last year. So I want to be really precise because you've mentioned grade levels, and I want to make sure I speak to the grade levels because each grade level is different. I don't have it in front of me, and I could probably pull
I'll send it to you. TEA just sent out the new one. It just came out last week.
Yeah, so non-certified is something that we're talking about. Because at the end of the day, you're exactly right, Trustee Hunter, and what we're talking about as well is if we do this precisely and thoughtfully, we should be able to consume as many vacancies as possible, right? Because you have vacancies already on your classrooms, and at the same time, move to reduce the number of non-certified teachers. That is what you're moving towards.
Yeah, I'm just still trying to find out where that I don't see the flexibility.
Well, the
We literally
206.
have to do this. There is no flexibility, right?
Oh, no, it has to be done, yes. But, so, I will provide more.
What you're trying to say is because as an elementary teacher, you are certified to teach pretty much all grade levels or any content area. It's not like a secondary certification where
Yes, I'm aware.
Right? Yeah.
I'm a certification officer. I'm aware.
I know, you're working with teachers and getting them certified. And so I think the flexibility that Superintendent Segura is referring to is just that if you can move across grade levels and content areas for that reason, not flexibility in whether you're certified or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then let me remind us again that these are not numbers, these are people. And I don't have to teach 4th grade if I don't want to teach 4th grade.
That's right.
Right? You can say, hey, you can have a job if you want to teach 3rd grade. I don't want to teach 3rd grade. I teach 8th grade. That's all I'm teaching. I'm not moving nowhere else. It doesn't matter how I'm certified. So we have to keep that in mind too. I don't think we have as much flexibility as we think we have. So just want to make sure that we are all like, because we're making a lot of plans, right? Man playing, God laughs. Teachers laughing.
Yeah.
And we planning. So I think that needs to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter. As we move to the next slide, I want to touch on stipends because I know this has been a topic. Certainly heard folks call in about it. I want to be really clear. The reason that we released the information we did regarding stipends for multilingual education and special education is because by way of the survey, by way of feedback from Education Austin, and by way of many of our staff, that was where the certainty needed to be made sooner. There, as you can see here on this slide, there are $30 million in stipends. There are 125 stipend types, right? We just talked about only a couple of them that drive multilingual education and special education, but there are 125 plus types. There are over almost 5,900 stipends issued, and which means that there are multiple people that have multiple stipends. So the approach that we took was to be very thoughtful and strategic around ensuring that the stipends were being deployed where instruction was occurring, and we defined that by being in front of students in the classroom. The further you moved away, though you are incredibly important to the educational experience of our students, we had to tier it in some way. And so we created the tiering. It already existed. We just made some adjustments to it. We also found that there are lots of people who are very, very far away from the classroom receiving stipends. We have found people not even coded correctly that had certain types of stipends. So we're cleaning all of this up. You can see here on the right the different types of stipends. There's, again, sub-stipends tied to this. We have athletics, bilingual, cell phone, fine arts, level. These are like department chairs. Other would be the ones that have been utilized for turnaround plans, special education, and travel. And so every one of these is being adjusted, refined, eliminated, and examined. So just to be clear, because there were some comments made about, should cell phone stipends go away? Yeah, I agree they should. Should we look at travel for people who don't travel? Yes, 100%. Should that be that is what we're doing now, which is why going by line is the only way to do this work. It does take time to do it this way, but I'm confident when we release the new stipend allocations for those individuals who are not close to the classroom, you will see kind of that tailoring. And I do believe that aligns with who we are, right? We should not have stipends deployed to individuals at certain levels, and certainly those who do not need it because it's not part of that job description. So as we move to the next slide, I want to talk briefly about devices and software. We've already talked about our strategy and our 1,000% agreement and moving away from the one-to-one device commitment that was made shortly after the pandemic. Dr. Maxwell and I and the team are like totally aligned on this. It is going to become embedded within our academic vision and framework, but we can start on that work now, and we absolutely already have. The other thing I want to be really clear about is the way that you reduce cost in a system like this, in many cases, is by way of reducing the number of platforms that you use. And a lot of the times I have difficult conversations with departments around, hey, there's this platform that we use that helps us do X, but it may be hundreds of thousands of dollars. When I look at a platform like that, and there's another platform that can do it, it may not be, maybe not as familiar, maybe it's not as easy to use initially, but when I have to think about $300,000 on a platform that's redundant or an allocation or a program, I'm always going to take the program or the allocation. That's just how this has to be done. And so as part of the work that you're going to see as the details begin to roll out, you're going to see me making an extreme commitment to reduce the number of these one-off platforms that we have in our system, and we do have many of them, which means that we're going to move towards enterprise solutions where we have fewer vendors providing more services, which is already the direction that we're headed. We're just having to do it sooner in order to pick up those cost savings. When it comes to staffing changes, we've presented this slide before, but I want to make sure we're very transparent. When 87% of your budget is comprised of staffing, there are going to be changes that impact staff when you look at a $181 million budget deficit. As we stated before, we are going to follow our policies, DFF, DFFA, DFFB, and these are driven by either programmatic changes or by financial challenges, also noted as financial exigency, which is something we'll talk about next. And I want to be really clear, that doesn't necessarily mean the scale. What it means is that at any point, if a person is transitioning out of the district because of one of these reasons, program changing, or because we aren't financially able to continue on without making that reduction, we have to go through this process. Earlier today, I answered some questions around 2011, 2012, what happened there, how's that different? It's a very, very different scale. You just saw me share the number that we're talking about and the fact that we can absorb many of these changes within our existing system. What we have to do is to be very thoughtful and recognize that even if we do it as well as we can, there still are going to be some changes, and to be compliant, we're going to have to go through this process. And so what does that look like? The requirements for
do you mind if we go back one?
Yes, yes.
And I think when we talk about staffing changes, that's a pretty vague word. We're talking about staffing cuts. And we're talking about people who won't have jobs, and I think it's really important just to state that for our community very plainly.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Staffing cuts.
Thank you.
Of course. And I've said that, I'll say it, continue to say, I'll make sure I say it, so thank you for telling me.
I appreciate that.
Yes, staffing cuts. So as we move to the next slide, there are a lot of different things that we have to go through if we're going to move down this process, which, given the scale that we're talking about, will be something that we will bring forward. I wanted to kind of call out the definition around financial exigency, because these are requirements. They're following our board policy. There are multiple things that can trigger this, but three in particular are of note to us. Some of them we may not actually meet the criteria in arrears, but we will project it if we don't move through a process. Enrollment decline. A decline in enrollment by more than 10% over the past 5 years. We'll talk about the details later, but we don't quite meet that threshold. Moving forward, we certainly could. Unassigned fund balance drop. This is a ratio based on the fund balance over a weighted average daily attendance. If it decrease of more than 20% occurs, sorry, that's the third bullet, then it would qualify you. And the other is 20% unassigned general fund balance per student and weighted daily attendance. So I actually said it right the first time. I'm going to say these again. I think it's really important. First is enrollment decline. Second one is unassigned fund balance drop. The third one is total funding reduction. And these are different. Fund balance we talk about all the time. I want to call out funding reduction. Our funding is tied to enrollment, which is the first line, but the state is still allocating the same per student, per pupil kind of, I don't want to say allocation, but it's the funds that we get per student. In 2011 and 2010, the state reduced it, right? That is what drove that instance. In this case, it hasn't increased, but our costs have. And so that is squeezing and putting pressure on the budget, which is causing deficit budgets, which is eroding your fund balance, which is the second line. So we're going to be coming back and showing the calculations for this. And we are looking at projected, because if we don't do something, we could be in this scenario. There are two others, which are natural disasters and any other extenuating circumstances, like a lawsuit or some type of declaration. The other thing that I keep getting asked about is what if we don't pass a budget, or if you go to the next slide, if we don't pass a budget, what are the implications of it? Because it is so challenging right now, right? We get our property values after our budget's approved. There are lots of things that depend on this. We hear it in the community. We hear it quite a bit about kind of like not pay recapture. Could you just not do it? So it's in that context. And so I wanted to be clear, like, we have to pass a budget as a district. I have to bring one to our Board of Trustees, and it's one of the trustees' biggest roles in the organization. If we didn't, certainly state oversight would occur very quickly. There are lots of things that would impact us financially from a position perspective, whether it's credit ratings or first ratings. And so additionally, there's penalties. I shared this slide because it often, I'm asked about whether if I could not do something, and the reality is I can't. Like there is no option for me to not bring forward a responsible budget that allows us to maintain payroll, protect the things that we can and that we value, and position us for a vibrant future Austin ISD. And the reality of it all is the state's not funding us to the appropriate degree. We have lost enrollment. There are things that we haven't controlled as tightly as we control now that have led to some overruns in budget in years past. We've been bailed out by increasing property values, but that is not the case now. So as we move forward, just to bring it all back, our review process is unlike none other that I have been a part of. I am going line by line. We will release all the data, all the backup data. Right now it is in working form. Only when it gets past me in the final meeting by division and by department did it actually become an approved recommended reduction. So we have all the details. We have the data that backs it up. If it's a transportation route, I have the number of students on that route. If it's a compliance-related cost, I have the code that it's tied to. If it's a policy-related cost, I have the policy that it's tied to. I think that type of detail is required when you're doing this type of difficult work. So I'll hand it back off to Katrina to just kind of identify the next couple milestones, and then we'll take any questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Segura. This next slide shows our upcoming engagement opportunities. We want to make sure that our community, our staff know the importance of us hearing your feedback and listening to you. So this Saturday, May 9th, we have a virtual session from 11 to 12 p.m. On Tuesday, May 12th, we're going to have another in-person session from 6 to 7:30 at David Chapel Missionary Baptist Church. And then on Thursday, we have May 14th, a board work session scheduled from 6 to 7:30. We have a voting on Thursday, May 21st. We have our board voting meeting. And then on Thursday, June 11th, we have another information session. And then on Thursday, June 18th is when the board will vote to adopt the budget for FY 26-27. The one thing I want to go back and clarify and state is Thursday, May 21st is when you will receive the recommended budget. So all of the information we've been talking about is still preliminary. We're still working on doing all of the things that our superintendent just discussed, but we're also still looking at other ways that we can look at reducing our expenditures and tightening up and making our budget more efficient. So next steps, we've kind of gone over this. May 7th is today. What is today? May 7th, okay. Present initial FY 26-27 budget reductions to the board, so we've done that. We still have some work to do. May 21st, recommended budget will be presented. June 8th, we have to do our public notice for the proposed budget. June 18th is the budget adoption date. And July 25th this is what our superintendent keeps making reference to, is when we will receive our final certified numbers from Travis Central Appraisal District, which is over a month after we've already had to adopt our budget. So we're here to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation and the work. Trustees, where are we starting? Trustee Singh.
First question is, Ms. Montgomery, are you getting any sleep? Like, for real? The work is so good and so detailed. It's evident that you all have been working so hard on this, and you're being responsive to many of the questions that we've raised, so thank you all very much for that. You know, one of the best practices that I have seen for this, for school board budgets, or district budgets, is seeing what the out years are going to look like. So I don't think we haven't seen that tonight, but I think it will be really important for us to have a projection of what our fund balance would be for 27, 28, and 28, 29 if we use an assumption of a 15% fund balance for 26, 27. And I would like to see a similar projection if we used a 17% fund balance for 26, 27, and see how what the ripple effect is for the years going out. I think that gives us a better sense of like what the risks might be. So I think that that's going to be really important. As I've shared with you, Superintendent, I'm still extremely concerned about sticking with the 15% fund balance. I don't know. I mean, I think there's a reason for it, so I understand the reason that you all are doing that. Is there any appetite to bring us what a budget would look like with like a 16 or 17% fund balance in addition, or is that just not? Is that just like too much? Are we just going with the like? Are we 100% aligned on the 15%?
So the two things are, I hope that we've demonstrated the intentionality behind every one of these changes that we're making, and how any change, 5 million, 10 million, has a ripple effect across the entire district, because I would need to communicate out what this $10 million are going to be, right? So it may be the expense that has me moving up a change in 27, 28 to 26, 27, right? So instead of, doing a 2-year phase in an elementary, I may have to do it all in year 1. I think at a high level, I could probably do it, but Katrina and I are aligned in supporting the 15%. I think at a high level, I wouldn't say bring 2 separate budgets. I think that's a different level of work. I'd say if it's 15% and then the next set of items at a high level, but I wouldn't want to communicate it out and say, hey, this is part of a 17%,
Got it.
because that
makes sense.
a very different thing, if that's helpful. I do think also, showing projections as far as we've done that before on fund balance and what it looks like. The honest truth is, you get back to a balanced budget, you will begin to heal. Like right now, that's the goal. Getting there as soon as possible is the absolute goal. But Katrina and I are very firm on the 15%. I have no problem having conversations around what it could be to add to get to the 17%, because we're looking at everything. But I would hesitate to bring 2 separate budgets, because I would have to communicate to those staff that
But I guess
talking about
just to go back to a previous question is, are we? Since I was not able to come to the workshop, I just want to double check. Like, is the board 100% good with the 15% versus a 16 or 17?
I'm
I can't
crazy
speak for
about
the board,
everything.
but I'm good with the 15.
Yeah, so
There was consensus.
the majority
Okay.
of the.
Okay. All right. The other question I have, but I still would want to see the out years, just so we know what we're working with, because that is my major concern. I think we need to know what we're getting into. I don't think we're going to get any favors from the state, and I think we're going to be in a worse situation next year at this time. And so that's really where my concern is. So we just need to be really prepared for that.
I don't think the state's going to do us any favors at all. But I do believe reducing fixed costs, which is what we're doing through this work, was what's going to drive the budget to a balanced budget. I mean, that's the only thing that can.
Got it.
Right? And so I think the sooner we get there, the better off we're going to be, and we'll begin to recover. The question becomes, do you get there with a 17% fund balance, or you get there with a 15% fund balance? The main point is get to a balanced budget. That's what has to happen.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question I had was, just as a reminder, when we adopted our budget last year, we said that we would end the school year with a 15%, 15.1 fund balance. Are we still on track for that?
I mean, we've been focused on this for the last couple of weeks. We gave an update. I can't remember how many weeks ago on it.
We gave an update at the voting session in April, and the last 3 weeks have been 1,000% on this. So I will make sure to get back in touch with the team to see where we are to get to the 15.1% for the current fiscal year.
I think last time we presented, we closed March financials, and so I think we're probably near closing April financials. And one of the things that we've shared with the board, I think, pretty consistently, is that this is the time where controlling costs drives that difference down. So I want to make sure April financials are closed, and then we can certainly give an update. But yeah, we tend to trend in the right direction. I can't give you the precise number at the moment, though.
Okay, yeah, I think we need to keep a close eye on that.
Yep.
For sure, because that's an assumption that feeds into next year's budget too. So just making sure that that's all aligned. And then how are other school districts doing? Like, what are their fund balance projections for next year? Are they kind of in the same boat as us? I know some, yeah.
So Katrina has lots of conversations with CFOs. We're not going to name names. These are very private conversations. I have conversations with lots of superintendents. I will tell you that we are managing better than most, but not as well as some. There are some that are very strapped and don't have as many days of cash on hand as we do, and don't even have that close to an amount. They vary in size. That's no doubt. Some of them are smaller. And there are some larger school districts that are running, a $100 million deficit, but they have a $900 million fund balance. But they are running a leaner staffing model, is what I would say. So we see them all. If we were to kind of have a spectrum of school districts, like in as far as stability, cash on hand, operating expenditures, where we are, we're towards the healthier side. But we have to maintain and move from there, because 1 year has such a huge impact just because of the size of our budget. That's really what it comes down to.
I would be really curious to know what the deficit and fund balance are for some of our peer districts. But yeah.
I would maybe in a separate one-on-one conversation.
Okay.
I'm not going to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're having public conversations at their board meetings too about this. It's not like it's a secret, but I mean, some stuff might be, but pretty much it's May. I'm sure most districts are talking about this publicly, so it would be.
I don't know that as many school districts emphasize fund balance as we do. I think I would say that. I think that we talk about balanced budgets, we talk about deficits. I think rightly so, like really highlight the need of a healthy fund balance. But I don't know that it's that aspect of it is talked to the same degree that we are.
Okay. No one has our recapture issue.
That's also a big part of it.
And Trustee Singh, I will say the other thing. A lot of CFOs that are talking, they're sending prayers, but they're also waiting to see what we do. A lot of people are waiting to see what Austin ISD does, to see what they can do for the next step. So there are tons of conversations to Superintendent Segura's that we're having between CFOs. Majority of us are having a very challenging time trying to figure out how to navigate this landscape.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And then I just have two more quick points. One was about, you made mention of vacancies, Superintendent. One of the things that I'm really hoping to understand better is this challenge. It's one thing to go ahead and allocate staffing to a campus, but if that's a campus that has a chronic difficulty in filling positions, that we could staff them, 50 teachers or, whatever. If they're not going to get filled, then that doesn't help students. And so this makes me wonder, do we need to what are the things that are being proposed to ensure that these staffing allocations actually get utilized? Are there pipeline programs that we need to invest in to make sure that we are getting the kind of teachers that want to teach in our schools that are difficult to staff, and have really good teachers in those schools as well, experienced teachers?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's been a big focus of ours since we recovered from the pandemic. I mean, at one point we were 88% staffed. Now we're 96.5% staffed. You can imagine that's not distributed evenly across all schools, and larger schools can take an impact a lot better because they have more classrooms and they can distribute the load differently. But you're absolutely right. We are looking at different ways to kind of reinforce our pipelines and have great professional educators come into the spaces and do what they do best. I think leveraging TAs and our approach to supporting TAs is going to be an area of focus. One big line item that we haven't talked about that we will be talking about moving forward is substitutes. We have we spend a lot on substitutes, north of $30 million. And so there's a reason for it, but I also ask myself, what is driving the cost, and why are we spending at this rate? Because right now, a substitute with the incentives actually makes more than a TA. And that's something that is not maybe working with us, right? If you have individuals who could be a TA but otherwise are substituting, why would they become a TA? Because you're getting paid more as a substitute. And so there's some things that we're finding along the way that I think really require a close look as we revamp the entire system. But yeah, no, I'm right there with you.
It would be really helpful, and I don't know if this is even possible before we have to approve the budget, but if there is going to be some investment in whatever it is to ensure that our hard-to-staff schools get staffed, if that's going to require, I'm not necessarily saying paying those teachers more, but I'm saying like if there's things that just need to be done. I'm not an expert on how you do that, but I'm sure it takes some money to do that. But I visited a school today and was really surprised to learn about just vacancies in key areas. And I'm like, well, that's why the kids aren't scoring high on the STAR test, is they don't have a teacher in there. And then you've got content interventionists who are having to basically teach classes when they should be doing other things, or instructional coaches. And so, anyway, that's
Which we didn't have before.
Yeah,
so imagine that without content interventions and without instructional coaches.
Exactly. And then hearing about Title I schools that haven't had a librarian for, a year or more. So it's so as we think about allocations, that's fine, but that's obviously not the end of the story. And so I don't know if we're going to be making more. I guess the bottom line is, are we going to be making more monetary investments to ensure that those campuses get staffed? And if so, I would like to understand the budget impact of those.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I without getting into the weeds of it, there are certainly some adjustments that we're going to make based on the funds that we're trying to find within each of our line items. I think we recognize that there is additional support needed to strengthen the pipeline of getting TAs into our system, growing and building them to be just amazing educators. It appears that one of the things that may be limiting that is just how we are approaching substitutes, and that's a big funding source. Yeah. But we've done a lot of that, because think about just a couple of years ago, we were a very different school system with way more vacancies than we have now. Yeah. So it's not everywhere, but you're right. In some schools, it is prevalent and certainly requires additional investment. But also, as you can see, the stipends, the programs, the investments that we're making at the turnaround plans and Band 1 schools, those are all the same schools. So the question becomes, are the funds being deployed now enough? Have they been deployed long enough to actually see the change, or is there something additionally we need to do? But they are globally kind of getting an investment. We talked about all the ways that we are, but it can be improved for sure.
Yeah, but I guess just going back,
how
does that show up in the budget? And so that's what I would like an understanding of, even if it's just a paragraph. If it's not something that fits into a spreadsheet neatly, that's fine. But I feel like that's a real problem. And I want to see how we're addressing it, what the plan is for next year. Yeah. And then the last thing I wanted to ask is about, you provided some of the baseline staffing information, great, but I'm going to ask again about the core offerings that any parent can expect at any school in the district. And I'm at the point where I feel like I'm not going to get that before we vote on the budget. Where are we on that?
Well, so one of the things, I know Dr. Maxwell kind of stepped in last week, and one of the things we're talking about is having that be the focus of the work session next Thursday. The reason we started with enrollment, because that's, and I understand why the program is a huge driver, and it certainly is. But allocations, as you've heard, especially in secondary, we don't determine the program. We allocate based on enrollment and then make adjustments based on need. The programs themselves, in many cases, are products of the campuses themselves. Now, in many instances, there are uniqueness, and we want to show that, but I wanted to start with the enrollment and then build the program. So you'll have
I'm not sure we're going to be here next Thursday, but that is something Dr. Maxwell and I will spend a good amount of the time talking about regarding the academic, base academic program.
Yeah.
On
And
top
that's-
of additional cuts that we're making that didn't show up in the first
I
kind of set.
appreciate that, and I don't, again, think about this in terms of what are the things that are required for every campus to offer. So if I were to ask superintendent, like, is every middle school required to offer algebra? There should be an answer to that.
Yeah.
Is every middle school required to offer Spanish? There should be an answer to that. Is every high school required to offer calculus? There should be an answer to that. And so like that's what I'm talking. I'm not talking about all the cool, like the academies at Austin High. I don't need to know about all that. I'm just talking about the actual courses, the curriculum.
Yeah, I think one thing,
I built it for you, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Send it to me too, just send it. One of the things that I also want to state is that when it comes to CTE, CCMR, there are things that are required for the, to graduate, right? And so if you ask that question a certain way, you could have multiple answers because you're talking about courses. There are many courses that satisfy the same requirements in a high school graduation. And one of the things we talked about, Josh and Dr. Maxwell and I, like we can give you, and we have it, right? It's not to say that I know it seems like a long belabored response, but there's the baseline requirements and the number of credits. We have that. There are multiple paths to get to that final number of credits. Those different paths are different courses. So if you say a minimum of 2, then which 2 out of these 5 different options does a campus have are you going to pick? That is what makes this a little bit more nebulous, but we're going to show it and say, okay, this school has 5 pathways for these credits that move towards graduation. You only need 2. I don't know which 2 we're going to define as a baseline academic program. I don't know that I could tell you that, but 2 of the 5 are required. A student picks these 2, it's required for their graduation. If that student picks these 2, it's required for theirs. That's what I think sometimes it makes this harder to say, but we're going to attempt to do that Thursday.
And especially if we're going to even be thinking about boundary changes next year, by the way, this has to be in place.
Right,
That's just a must. But it also helps us and very much informs the budget too, because then it leads to, okay, well, how are these staffing allocations being utilized? And many of y'all, I listened to the work session, and I know that was already discussed at length last week, but please, thank you.
Maxwell and I are very aligned on wanting to accomplish that for the board.
Thank you, Trustee Foster.
I'll try to be brief. Thank you all for the ongoing work and, making explicit the reality that, pain is here, but pain is coming to our teachers as they try to serve our students. And one thing that's striking me really powerfully as we hear the range of public comments speaking to, the importance of this configuration of the schedule, the importance of these particular staff supports, the importance of this particular programming is this reality that what folks are advocating for are all things that are really important to being effective. And so what we're talking about and need to be incredibly explicit about is that it's going to be harder for our teachers next year. And it's going to be harder for our kids next year who are used to a certain specific support that now is being provided less well. We have to just have gratitude for our teachers and for all of our staff and for you all and for our administrators as we sort of go through this and recognize that next year means it's going to be harder for us, even in the context of what we're trying to do is get better. Not be stable, but improve. So just as an opening, just that acknowledgement. One thing, and this was talked about a little bit in the work session, but I think more people kind of are dialed in now. Some of the things that I am encouraged to hear are take the conversation about substitutes and acknowledging that there are substitutes and there's a rate. The rate's kind of a little bigger on Fridays, and there is, so variations where the money gets stacked over, if you're teaching for 20 If 25 days is the threshold. And there's an opportunity for a rethinking, which is what I think I and several folks have called for all along, is transformation of systems, not just cuts, but transformations. That could be an example of something that I hope we see 3, 4, 5, a dozen examples of, which is a shift that simultaneously affects savings and also improves service and improves, for instance, stability on the campus, because now instead of a roster of substitutes, there's that one who's always willing to come in, who's doing a great job, and now we've got a positioning for you that is appropriate, that delivers stability, that somebody's happy to have. Oh, guess what? And it saved us money. So those sorts of solutions in the line by line are really welcome. And as you come up with them, please share loudly, share broadly, help us understand and help us be in a position to amplify those sorts of good decisions and build on them and provide you with support for them. Other spaces that come to mind for me are spaces of, I don't want to put it in sort of a deficit or disparaging language of inequity, but just to be sort of realistic about little pockets and programs and practices that we engage that would be really wonderful to engage, but cost us money, and maybe it's time to back away. So we talked about, for instance, student sharing, where a student is zoned here, doesn't go here, goes there, but we provide transportation for them to actually go back to their zone school to take advantage of the programming. What I would say to parents is, why aren't you in our home school? Like, come here and be here. And if we're providing transportation for 4 kids, 6 kids, 8 kids, and big old bus, maybe those are the things to take a look at and name and ask for our support in making the appropriate adjustments. As things get harder for for everyone in the system, when I hear about and understand a change in the configuration of the day and essentially the master scheduling, something that occurs to me, there's 2 things that occur to me. One is that if we don't, from an administrative level or from the principal and the principal's EDs and the folks supporting them, come up with a great, solid master schedule and really do a great job with that, then it's going to be really bad. So that backing out, and as things become tougher, the efficiencies that you all are achieving are going to require excellence to go along with the efficiencies. So that whatever supports need to be in place to ensure, for instance, that the master schedule is crisp, is aligned to individual students' needs, is aligned to what's going on the campus, is aligned to the facilities, and that we get that right early. And again, the challenge that arises for me is, what if we've just reduced staff to such an extent that now you've got fewer people doing more of this really important work? And so I don't have an answer there, but I have a worry and a wondering that as we make these cuts that are going to create more stress for individual folks, now we need to find a way, ironically or paradoxically, to double down on the support to make sure the systems are really good. Is this making sense? So I would love to hear that accounted for somehow, and literally saying, as we do this, it's not just about fewer people in a vague sense. It's going to have these concrete cascade of impacts that we need to account for, and here's how we're going to do that. Likewise, as just a final sort of question, comment, something, teachers being support. One of the things that's been really exciting for me to learn about the last few years is the role of instructional coaches. I just, when I walk around campuses and I see that, and I don't perceive a gotcha sense from teachers, I often see a sense of relief and that they feel supported by someone who's coming in a collegial way, who's campus locked. They're on that campus, they're in that community, and they're there to kind of support and role model practices, see these practices taken on, and watch a resident improve over the year. That's really exciting for me to see as we're developing teachers that are from first years to 15th years. I wonder here again, how do we lock in and bake in the supports? And I actually have a sense that in the band one, they're going to be there. But across the system, there's going to be teachers who are going to need ongoing support. And as part of the budget building process, can we both assure that those robust supports are there, that supports are there, but also name it. Name it for those of us who are going to ask and who want to be supportive of teachers. I want to be equipped to go to a campus and say, does this thing help? And they say, yes, it helps. And then I can say, well, guess what? It's still there. Or it's not there just like this, but it's there like that. And have that dialogue. I understand these were more comments than questions, but this is sort of where I am for the transformational pieces, the ensuring the support and the ensuring the excellence to wrap around and cover and support the new efficiencies. And again, thank you all for all the work, and I know we have a little bit further to go, but thank you all for what you're doing.
Thank you.
So I would like to go to slide number 15, please. So for me, when we are talking about cutting the time for our educators, for the caregivers of our kids, this is a no-go for me. As someone who I go on these campuses every day and I face the people who take care of my child, it feels like watering down the formula for my babysitter. It is unacceptable. So this is gonna result in much poorer working conditions. And for those who hold the line and try to keep their sanity, it's gonna result in poor performance. So it's gonna be one of those or both. So I'm seeing that this would give us 206 more positions. That would be like the FTE equivalent. I would rather go through the entire budget and look for 206 current vacancies or positions from top down than come after these teachers' planning time. Like, we have worked too hard as a team. When we came into this position and hired Matia Segura, this district was in complete chaos. We had completely understaffed schools. We were completely out of compliance with special education evaluation, and we invested in people who worked with our kids and fixed that. And I do not feel like throwing that away in the last few months of this term on the board. I am not comfortable with that at all. I'm seeing 449 vacancies, and how will we fill them? There will be far more vacancies than that, because we have teachers who are working really hard and doing a lot, and they're maxed out. And no amount of other teacher investing in a planning program or anything like that, or if you go up to teachers and say, hey, would you rather have this instructional coach and have 45 minutes of time taken away from you? Because in civilized countries, teachers, I would say in countries where children perform equitably in schools, teachers have more planning time than they have in front of students. That's a professional system. That is the difference. So in countries where students, no matter where they come from, perform really well. So making a change like this would devastate our system. So I would rather look anywhere else. And so when hey, let's look at school closures was brought to the board, early last year. It was because of this, because this is unacceptable to me. I was willing to go there. School closures didn't give us any savings because we had to spend those on really expensive TAP plans. So like here we are again with really, really horrible, so like the planning time, we are not there yet. And so, and I would say looking at the year 1 and year 2, like I think we have to have hope for year 2 because that's our only hope. Like that is our only hope. We have this is a big election year and people are pissed. So not just here in Austin, we are not the only ones angry, even though we are the ones with the biggest maybe numbers that we're dealing with because we're a big district and because we pay a lot in recapture. But smaller districts are losing their librarians and their nurses, and that's unacceptable to them. Because they, like me, see these people every single day who are affected by this. So I would just rather, look at 200, and then everything that we're coming with as a savings, like please give us that number that it will save. Because everything is a trade-off. And so, there are people who are maybe really angry about this or that, but when it comes to a trade-off, would I rather have my child's teacher have much worse working conditions, poor mental health, poor performance for my student? Would I rather have that or would I rather have this? Like, we have to have numbers for everything and really, really look at it and compare. And so that's where I am today. I do have one question. I don't know if this is true or false. Is it true that that districts can get funding for CTE hubs for transportation? Because I know we don't get funding for magnet transportation. That is something I've heard that is used in other districts that have the hub, or they have a school within a school model that they transport kids throughout the district.
I can't speak to that specifically, Trustee Whitley Chu. I can certainly find the details of it. We do have CTE programs that are kind of by themselves. We do have them within a system or within a school. I mean, like Clifton's a really good example, right? That is truly a CTE kind of hub. We transport students to Clifton all the time, and we get $0 for it.
Mm-hmm.
I know that for a fact because that's one of the things that I've looked at. I'd have to.
So like Cedar Valley, they have a P-TECH program that's a school within a school that's in a neighboring district, and I think even asking our magnet families, would you rather your teachers lose their planning time, or would you rather figure out a carpool situation? I think we really have to put these choices to families, and these are hard choices.
Yeah, no, Trustee Whitley Chu, I appreciate the comment. I want to also just kind of acknowledge what $181 million means, where there aren't lots of trade-offs. It begins to stack up to where you have to do almost all of it to get to that number. Because every position in this building, and that are tied to Central, we've already taken all those, hundreds and hundreds of positions. And there are more to come. And so I just, we will have the data. We will show it all. The reason we can't release it all right is because we're going through it methodically. If I do only part of it, then it doesn't tell the whole story, and I want to make sure that we're very intentional. We will show it all, and there are trade-offs. There will be some, but I think the trade-off is going to be more like keep to the staffing allocation methodology, or change it, or continue on the path that we are, where you have weights, you add staff, you round up, which produces $10-15 million in additional staffing that isn't tied to the methodology. It's just we do our best to support our principals and make adjustments. And so all these things just add up. They add up and add up and add up. So, I mean, there's no good choices, but I'm happy to break it all down, and that's what we're going to produce. I mean, we've been working on that.
It just needs to be an academic reason behind, I would say even middle and high school, you have to look at that differently. Look at, and I'm not even suggesting this, but what does a 5-7 look like? Looking at high school, there's students who are in P-TECH who are in a 3-hour block. How does that even look with the 7? I think that doesn't even, I can't wrap my brain around that. Like, I would like to see this for, I don't want to say more creative, but I feel like we're not building something, we're just taking what we have and like cutting it up.
You know, I'm sensitive to that comment mainly because that's the last thing that we're trying to do is to just cut something up for the sake of cutting it up. If that was the case, then we wouldn't spend the thousands of hours we've spent going like line by line, position by position, program by program.
And I get that, but like this, like, and I'm sensitive to like saying like, oh, this is gonna cause chaos in our schools. Like, the people who are cutting this like have no idea like what they are doing to people's lives. I think that's just what's like, I think I've said my piece. I'll let, someone who has something else to share, because I think my point is heard.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter.
Thank you. It's like you were looking at my notes, by the way. Again, I wrote down and underlined the amount of savings. Anytime we say we're going to do X, I want a dollar sign next to it, because I do want to see, is that a building? Is that a not doing something else? Is that a not doing something else? And I hear, how do I want to say this? I feel like this is a Neo Pitbull situation. We knew our rent was going to be late about a week ago. And so now here we are. Making that face at me. But now here we are, and the rent is due. So I'm not saying we're going to the club, but what I am saying is what we do have, we need to be thinking about how we are using it. And you can pass that down to the superintendent. That's my little plan, the back of the napkin plan, not any details. Just this is what I'm asking for. This is what I've been asking for when you ask for things. So that's what I would like, also that dollar amount. I'm going to ask my CTE questions when we get to 6.1, because I got like 5 questions there, and I'm just going to wait for that. Band identification. I'm so tired right now. Like, just living in America makes me tired every day, because people don't listen. And this district has shown itself over history not to listen. What do I mean by that? I was at Webb in 2007. Literally, we turned that school around. We made scores that we didn't even have to make in science. Science was a new score. We made like a 60. You'd like to make like a 40. We made a 60. 35 in social studies. We made an 87 in social studies. Where's Webb now? Oh, right back where it was. I was at Martin the year that Martin got out of IR. What happened? Went to Dobie. Dobie doing great, doing great. Where's Dobie now? I attribute one thing and one thing only to those backslidings. We took away the resources. We said, here's everything you need to be great. You're great, okay, you don't need it anymore. Why are we moving schools within bands? The student population didn't change, the teacher population didn't change. The kids are just doing better, so now we're gonna move them and then they're gonna get less resources?
No, band isn't on accountability.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, you said move people with
Where's Gus Garcia? What band is Gus Garcia in?
They're band 2.
Okay, where were they before previously?
I don't.
They've always been in band 2?
I don't think I've ever seen them in band 1.
Okay, I thought Gus Garcia was a band 1 school. So
we don't use accountability. We only move them up if they're tied to a TAP. So the bands are set on things that are independent of accountability. It's demographics of the student. It's like we talked about vacancies. That's what keeps the band, and we don't make shifts like that. Very rarely do we make a shift like down. We always add to it.
So this is not clear, because my families are saying, why are you moving bands? So something's going on.
The stipend says like, or the staffing says, well, you'll get planning time if you have a bad accountability score.
Yeah.
But if you don't, like if you go up, then the teachers lose their planning.
Again, that's removing resources.
So I want to be clear with one thing. To anyone that is watching, just to clarify, that the state requires that teachers have 450 minutes worth of planning allotted every 10 days, which is every 2 weeks. So when we talk about like baseline, this is something that's baseline, that's protected by the state, that is not taken away. That 450 minutes every 2 weeks has to be given in at least a minimum of a 45-minute increment of time period. In addition to that is what we offer. So that allows for PLC time, it allows for collaborative time with departments and other things. And I want to make sure that we're clear on that when we speak about removing and taking away planning periods.
Yeah, no, I am. I don't think, we know real good what that is, but we want to make sure our families know. So, but here's my question. Are they gonna not go to PLC? They're not gonna have to go to meetings? They're not gonna have to look at data? Because if you taking time, when they gonna do that? I think that gentleman said that's unpaid time after work. That's what we're asking. That is how the American education system is built, on the backs of teachers. I tell my teachers all the day, there is no duty day, right? You have the right to work your duty day. But if you want to get your stuff done, it's not going to be done because that's the way the system is set up. He is asking for transformation. We have an opportunity. What can we do in the system to ensure that our teachers get everything they need done, try to save a little bit of money, and not lose an entire workforce? See, that's what I'm asking us to do when I'm asking us to think, and we're not doing that. Maybe the experience is different for y'all because y'all are in the work every day, but to the rest of, well, I say to me, I can only speak for myself. To me, it does look like we're saying, let's cut and not, this doesn't work. It has never worked. How can we make it work in this really hard time or make it work a little better in this really hard time? That's what I'm feeling. But so we got the resource allocation, the band, we're saying that's good. We're saying you don't get this, you don't get that. To me, that's still a cut. Remember the conversation about the sushi and the peanut butter? This is what I'm talking about. Our district doesn't know how to eat peanut butter. They just don't. And so right now, we're not even saying peanut butter and jelly. We're just saying sunflower butter. It's bad. We're saying this is what you get, and we're not giving any kind of bridge. Is there not a way we can bridge this? Like, because it just seems like it's so stark. And that one parent was saying, it's kind of late. Again, the Neo Pitbull reference. But that's just what I'm asking is, can we have a dollar amount on everything? Maybe, because I have to vote on this. And if I'm not clear, and I saw the slide, what is that slide? I don't know where it is, but it's like, what can happen if you don't, oh, here it is. It's slide 20, main consequences of not adopting a budget. That's bad. So we need to do everything we ensure that doesn't happen. So dollar amount and everything, resource allocations, I don't get why we keep pulling that back. If we can transform it instead of just cutting for the meantime. And then finally, I want us to be clearer when we say things, because when we don't say things clear, people assign value to it. So we say things like pre-K4, pre-K3, no change. We're good. It's legal. We can't change it. Right? So say no change, star, state requires that this be unchanged, right? Because somebody somewhere is going, they can't change. Why are they acting like they did that? So let's be clear, because we're trying, what's her name? Caitlin said it so beautifully. I walked out to talk to her. She's not even a parent, by the way, FYI. Her kid's not even in school yet. She's just looking. Amazing that she came here and talked to us. What can we do to get people to work with us, with the changes? What ideas do they have that we don't know of that are so good? So just again, I don't even want to use the word transparency. It's like saying equity now. But what can we do to help people help us and make it clear? If anybody has any ideas, let's share that, because we're just going over the same thing again and again. And I see why there's less trust. People are working hard. People are staying here all hours of the night, and that it's not, the work is valuable and the people who are doing it are valuable, but the community has not placed value on that work. And until the community places value on it, it's worthless. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone down here? Trustee Quintana?
I'd like to just echo very quickly some of the things my colleagues have said. I don't want to belabor any of the points, but the baseline academic stuff, I think is really important to me too, especially as we've had these conversations in the past about making our neighborhood schools the same schools in every neighborhood. And I think we have an excellent opportunity here to use the restructuring of this budget, maybe hopefully, to make sure that our Title I schools and our TAP schools are getting what they need to be attractive to more families in their area. I have a question about the 15% versus the 17%. Are we saying 15 because we think the state is going to give us money? Why are we saying 15 and not 17?
So one of the reasons that we are saying 15% is because we've done enough work now, right, as our assumptions have settled on property value and on enrollment, that we have to cut or rethink or restructure, whatever word we want to use, to try to cover a $181 million deficit. That gap isn't quite as large if you use 15% versus 17.1. I mean, we're talking, $10 million swing. But the reality of it all is that we're having a conversation now about planning time, which is a small total value aspect when it comes to the cost of campuses and the work that they do, right? It's all staff. It's just what it is. And so if I'm going to take more, because I have to get to 50% or better, then it's going to be that more difficult, and it's going to impact our campuses to even a greater degree. That's just the honest truth. I mean, unless we just choose not to operate. I mean, at the end of the day, there is a finite number, and it's not magic. It is really getting into the weeds, being creative, finding solutions where you can, and then honestly having difficult conversations around what is realistic and what isn't. And so that is really what it is. It's that next 10 million may be the 10 million that really keeps us from having continuing improvement regarding outcomes, or is the thing that takes us a step backwards versus forwards. At 15%, we're still compliant with board policy, which is something that was important for me to make sure that was done. I would love to be at 17.1, but again, I've spent so much time in this budget, line by line, and if you get there, then this conversation here, the one we just had, it's a different conversation. It's not about planning time. It's about a much larger impact to campuses, and that's what I want to avoid. If I can get to a balanced budget, which is the most important thing, the system will begin to heal itself. When your revenue less recapture meets your expenditures, then you're in a good spot. We're $180 million different at the moment. So that's why. It's really just a function of the amount that we have to take. It would be greater at 17.1.
For the transportation with magnet schools, is it possible to see the breakdown of who's on those buses and just like the data of that? And how many kids go to the school versus how many ride the bus, things like that.
Yes, we have it. The folder that I think you have, I can send different things electronically. If we click on there,
Okay.
You should be able to pull it up.
Okay. I think that is an interesting thing to look at. I think about myself and growing up on the east side and waking up at 6 a.m. to be at the Ann Richards School by 8:50 a.m. And there's no way that I would have been able to do that if, I hadn't had transportation and I didn't meet, at Harris Elementary every morning to go down there. And we've talked about this before, but I know that we have a lower number of EcoDisc students going to the Ann Richard School, let's say, for example, than we did probably when I was in school. And so if that's the case, you know, I'd like to see how the numbers in the school buses and transportation reflect that, if that's why we're making that cut. You know, like, do we just have more families who live closer to their schools or have more, you know, opportunities for transportation or carpooling? That's what I would like to know. And if so, then maybe that's a good sign for us to try to up our EcoDisc number at our magnet school.
Yeah, so that's the level we're looking at. I think upping economically disadvantaged student populations at any of our magnet schools is a positive thing, especially in the programs that are within a school. What I would say is we think about that a lot, right? Because what we do find is that you have transportation routes and the cost is in the bus driver, right? The labor in the bus and the fuel, which is going up every single day. And you realize that there's only 6 students on that bus. And that bus is going across town. And when you look at the demographics of the students on the bus, right, you do see, you know, an imbalance. Not to the same degree that you would if it was a, you know, a Title I school, but it certainly is greater than what the student population of the school is at that campus. That is true across every single thing that we do, just about. So every expense that we have, when you break it down, you're going to find, because of just who we are and how we've invested, right, that those students who need the support are the ones who are using it, right? Like after-school bus is a great example, right? Who is typically taking an after-school bus? When you think about the number of students on the bus, and there's 4 or 5 students, and you're spending, you know, $500,000 a year on a cost per student, as equitable as it is, there's a point where it's not possible to continue because of just how big we are and how big this deficit is. So those are the exchanges that we're really talking about. And we look at that data, the data's in there. We also want to be consistent, right? What we do at one school, a type of school, we try to do at another, as long as that there's not a need to differentiate. Like school need will differentiate, like we talked about with ratios, and there are other instances when we've differentiated. But, you know, why would, like LASA would also have the same thing, right? So, yeah, they both have lower student populations of students that are identified as economically disadvantaged. So you look at them both the same. So then if those two are not going away and you have the entire district covered already, then the question becomes, okay, so that's a $300,000 line item that we're not going to address. And then you multiply that by the next schools. You know, what's happening at, district-wide enrollment for Eastside, or what's happening at district-wide enrollment for Gus Garcia or Bertha Sadler Means, or what's happening at any of the other district school-wide. And then you begin to realize that you're spending millions of dollars on things you're not getting reimbursed for programs that are not neighborhood schools. There's a reason we did it. We value the programs. But I can't have that conversation and then somehow say over here, well, I can protect planning time if I haven't looked at this before. And that's what makes this so hard. But we have all of it.
You just perfectly summarized why we need baseline education at every campus, so that we don't have these specialized campuses that we're having to, bus kids from across town because they feel, or their parents feel, as if they're going to get a better education. We need to invest in our neighborhood schools and make them attractive. And I know that that's, a hard thing to do in the midst of this $180 million shortfall, but I just ask that you look at it and you try.
Oh, we're trying. And all the data is going to be there. I mean, whatever we do, we're going to show all the data, and we're happy to have the conversations and justify why the recommendation. But I just want to be we are doing everything we can to preserve the educators who are doing the great work in our classrooms. And this could look so differently if it was a different school district already. And I think I want to just appreciate how much work has gone in to create a balanced solution, I guess, planned to this point, because it didn't have to be this way. We are like killing ourselves trying to get something that reduces the impact to the greatest degree. But it's just simply not possible to eliminate it entirely when it's $181 million. It's just not possible. So we're trying, we'll continue to work. Hopefully we're taking the next step and the next step. But yeah, all the data is going to be there.
Yeah, I appreciate how hard y'all have worked, and I know that you go above and beyond probably most districts, and I think that that's probably why this board chose you to be their superintendent, is because they knew that you would do that. So thank you for doing that.
Not enough.
Thank you. Anyone else? Trustee Kaufman, and then Trustee Diodati.
Okay, I don't need this now, but I would like to get I would like to know what research you've done on surrounding districts and other urban districts around planning time for their teachers. What do they have in place for other, particularly in our area, our competitors, so to speak, but also other urbans? I would like to see more description in the public communication around what the stipend cuts are proposed. I got a line-by-line comparison of the document that was in the budget page to the current stipend policies for bilingual and special education to see what the differences were. And so I think it would be helpful to communicate more publicly kind of what the specific changes are. And if it's somewhere publicly that I missed, please just let me know. Are we legally required to provide bilingual speech language services for students? Are we legally required to provide bilingual speech therapy?
Double checking with you, but yes, we are.
Right, so I would like to definitely ask that you reconsider those instructional roles who are also teachers, who are, like one thing, we have a very a very thoughtful bilingual stipend policy in this district that goes beyond just having a bilingual teacher in the room. It includes looking at how a bilingual system needs to have bilingual educators throughout the system. And so there are stipends for people who aren't necessarily legally required to have a bilingual certification, but we want to empower bilingual teachers to be able to progress through the system into leadership roles without having that thrown away, right? But I think the way that it's designed, you see those instructional roles where they're hands-on with kids have that $7,000 stipend, and the more kind of slightly removed positions have the lower stipend. That makes me curious why the SLPs would not be on that instructional part, because they have to be bilingual certified, or bilingual, right, not certified. They have to be bilingual because they're not state certified educators, but they have to be bilingual in order to do that job. And it's a critical role, so I'm curious kind of why they're not on the $7,000 list. I'm curious about protecting the priorities that were funded by the VADER. So we made some promises in terms of voting for the VADER and then having things in place. So things like instructional coaches, I see, are being protected pretty much in this current budget, if I understand correctly. But are we keeping our VADER promises with the proposed cuts?
So instructional coaches are funded out of, and so they weren't funded with the tax rate election. Content interventionists, we funded 35 content interventionist positions. Those are staying. And some MTSS coordinator roles to begin working with, they do work with those content interventionists out on campuses. Those are remaining.
Yeah, and then the allocation for mental health support, like we're preserving that allocation. The use of those dollars will probably change just because it was initially tied to, the dollars will be there, but the use of them may change, but yeah.
Okay. And then in the spirit of like shared sacrifice, I want to look at the items on the presentation that were for the Board of Trustees. So in one case on slide, on one of the slides, it shows that there's the budget for the board is around $1.5 million, and it says 0 personnel costs. I'm curious why our board executive assistant is listed under the superintendent's team instead of under the board's team, since
it does. It's just because she doesn't report to you all. She has to.
This goes again to being clear in what we're saying here, right? Because again, a lot of people report to the chief of staff, but they're not doing chief of staff work. So people are, and now there's clarity in this semi-clarity, because it's a little hard to see that all those things that aren't shaded below the chief of staff line are the things that are in the chief of staff line. But you see when you look at that, oh, this is referring to communications and to different things, ombudsperson. So then you understand, well, that's not the chief of staff. So I don't think it really matters who someone reports to. It matters what's their function or what their purpose is. And so the purpose and function of our amazing executive assistant is to provide support for the board. So I just want to kind of be clear that that's a perk, that's a benefit that we have. We benefit greatly from having a staff person, and I don't know how many would be considered to be our, staff people who support the board. But I would just want to make sure that we are communicating and that we are looking deeply at like cuts. If we have to cut travel, if we have to cut food, if we have to cut memberships, if we have to cut, like what can we do to share the, even if it's only $1.5 million, right? That's not going to take care of our budget. We could cut the every penny that's going to the board and still not even come close to it. And yet we have to share the sacrifice. So I just want to ask that you include some transparency about how much it costs to support this very needy board, and then for us to propose some cuts that will help us to reduce that.
So I strive to be like as clear as possible when we produce data sets. I worry about adding a layer of mapping on top of something that's an output from a system that I can recreate at any moment, which is ERP, our funding, our budget codes. I'd have to see if there's a way I could code it to y'all's org, but have them map to ours. I don't want to have to like go back.
Doesn't have to change the whole structure. I just want to make sure that we're looking at things like if we're looking at the chief of staff line, I want to make sure that we're talking about communications and we're talking about ombudsperson and we're talking about those things. If we're talking about right, so I just want to be clear on that. So, and I want to make sure people understand, like the board is not immune to these cuts. We don't get paid for this work. We don't have our own staff members individually like some other elected officials do, but we do spend a lot of money on us. And I just want to be, and a lot of that, I assume a lot of that's legal services. I assume a lot of that, but there's a 1.5 million there that's left kind of unexplored for the public view. And I would like to be more transparent with the public around the expenses incurred by supporting the board, and that we take a look at those.
Well, one thing also, Trustee Kaufman, that Ed and I have briefly talked about is elections. Elections are very costly. We budget for them, but often when there's a runoff, this last time when there was no one else running along the runoff with us, cost us $1 million, like just straight up. There was a policy that was brought before the board a couple years back that never made it across the finish line that really leaned into plurality opposed to, having, a runoff. Those are like unforeseen costs every 2 years, right? And they can stack up. I'm just saying this because
and now
we want creativity.
Those, right? So that was a couple years ago. Now we're in a different situation where we have, to recognize that that's a potential way that we can impact this. So I just ask that you bring those things to us.
Well, one, I think when we talk about creativity, in the past, I've always been sensitive to introducing things that, that have been turned down before. So I will continue to bring those things out appropriately. But we've talked about it. That's
a new day. And I think we've talked a lot about reducing legal expenses and different things, and we haven't done it. I mean, we've done it, but we haven't done it. So thank you.
Thank you. And I would love to propose, thank you for that, Trustee Kaufman, if you could share a detailed list of the expenses attributable to the board with us, with each of us, and maybe we can make our own suggestions directly to Josh, and just share, thoughts that we have individually, and you can, use that to help inform. I know we've cut travel, we've cut other things, but I think that's a good question. And then I think the other thing, if we could maybe get a list of recent, elections in the past 15 years, trustee elections that have led to runoffs. Well, we only elect every 4 years. It's not that many. I mean, I'll put it together if I need to, but just the data about runoffs and how many, and I think how many the outcome would have been different in a plurality versus a majority. And I think Edna probably already knows that or has that.
I was thinking about the cost, like the cost on that, how about 15 years?
No, I just think, how much would a plurality have changed things? And I know that sometimes that would have. So,
it would have.
Yeah, I think that would just be helpful to know as we're making that decision, and helpful to share with our community. Thank you. Trustee De Urioste, I think you had.
Yeah, I'll try and speed run this. Trustee Hunter talks about how could we bring in the community or help the community with the engagement piece, relying on them. Trustee Singh talked about the appetite for going to the 15 or maintaining at the 15% fund balance. I want to tie those two into the thing of, this is my second time going through budget. Last year, we were talking about consolidation stuff. I thought we had a pretty ambitious plan that, would have accomplished a lot. We didn't get all of what we attempted in that plan. And now we're in this budget talk, and I have no reason to believe that we will get everything that we're planning this time either. And so I think it is prudent to plan that we're not. When we talked about 15% fund balance in the last workshop, I stated that my position on it was I do want to minimize the negative impacts from going through the cuts, but I expect no external change to the system. So that leaves us only internal change. What will help the public, in my opinion, the community, is giving them much more time to go through this. I would reiterate what I said last time. I think as soon as we get through this, we should immediately, again, start this exact work and spend next year preparing for what will likely be the situation next year. That we don't 100% address the issue, that we make our best efforts, and that there are still external forces that don't necessarily, aid in improving the situation. So whatever amount of progress that we're going to make now, I do not think will be enough. I think it's great progress. I think we will help our students. It'll help our staff. But we have to prepare for what will come next. And that will help the community to have that time, to have those discussions and have agency. I mean, the thing that I keep hearing from pretty much everyone I've talked to is the feeling of not having enough agency in the discussion. And I think some of the communication issues are also because of the rushed nature of the communication, because we're moving from one thing to another. And at this point, since this is all tying into the larger existential issue, I don't see why this wouldn't be appropriate for every conversation that we're having. We're talking about boundary changes. I mean, the thing that still gets me is around vacancy savings. I have a huge problem with the idea that we have hundreds of identified positions that we would like to have, and we're not going to fill them because we don't have the money for them. So regardless of any of the other concerns, I know how I felt being in a classroom, and I was down 2 TAs from what we should have had. That was an extreme strain on us, and the reason we were down was because one of our TAs was going somewhere else. So we didn't get the one that we were supposed to get, and we also lost one on top of it. And so when I see those vacancy savings, I'm acutely aware of how that strain can be spread across the system. And so I just don't see how we're operating in a forward-moving process. We're not. We're trying to stop the backsliding. And so I think we just need to be clear about that and work on this over the next year, because I think maintaining the 15% fund balance is a stopgap at most, and I don't expect that it's going to be 100% effective. So, I just want to reiterate that. And for my part, the community has a lot of different things that are going on, but I'm hearing this message being consistent. So just because they're not telling me every day, I'm not going to assume that that is not consistently an area of need. And so I think we need to have this conversation very deliberately over the next year. It's just, giving everybody a month to 2 months to deal with, even though we've been working on it longer, I know the administration's been working on it long, it's not enough time for the community.
Yeah, I think that's something we're absolutely committed to doing. And next year, we won't have the TA agreed order. We won't have consolidations, at least in the fall. We won't have accountability turnaround plans being executed in the fall. We won't be doing restarts in the summer. I mean, I want to acknowledge what last 18 months has been in Austin ISD. It has been brutal, and we're making a lot of progress, but it has come at lots of expense. It's been a lot, and so I certainly want to acknowledge that the timeline isn't perfect, and I also question, what is realistic regarding where we've been over the last 9 months as far as what we could have taken on. But yes, no, I agree. And President Boswell actually talked about it. Like, as soon as you get past the budget, approval, and then in August, just like go right back into it. I mean, I think, and now we have a very, very deep understanding of every line. The highest person the organization does, we're recasting every budget code, right? So there are things that are miscoded, things that were, overtime in this one line item, but it was actually being used for a service. So we're resetting all of it. So it'll be a lot different, I think, moving forward, and I hope that the next superintendent does the same thing, because that level of clarity, I think, will help us navigate any future changes.
Let me clarify too. I apologize if, I acknowledged the work that's going on. I'm not saying that it's something that we should have done because we had all this free time before. I think building off of what we have done, certainly that, and you mentioned the line item and the data that's coming out, or, that's going to be coming out. That's exactly what I mean is I think using that for next year, having more time to be able to use that would be my hope, and that the community will be able to understand that information coming out now, a month before we pass a budget, 2 months before, is different than giving them a full year of understanding what those line items are.
Thank you. Anyone else? Trustee Gonzalez.
Sorry, I just want to say I do have comments and questions, but we are running a significant deficit on this agenda item. I think we've gone 5 times past the 15 minutes that were allotted, so I'll just share my questions separately. Thank you. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, when we are allotted 15 minutes, I think I'm okay going past. So thank you. I do have a few things to run by before we move on. First of all, I want to share gratitude for going through the budget line by line, looking for savings, not saying that just because it's a few $1,000s, it's too small to bother with. That does add up. And I really appreciate the work that's gone into that, because I know it's a lot of people and a lot of departments have done that work, and I understand that you have a much deeper, more intimate understanding of the budget, but I hope that everyone else does too. Everyone else has to when they've been doing that work. So I really appreciate that and think that is something that will make us stronger and better going forward. And in an organization this big, things just aggregate without being questioned, and really think that's valuable work that will make us better and stronger. So thank you for that. And that reduces the pain in some other places. So gratitude and appreciation. And I know we used to have a community committee quite a while ago that went through the budget line by line. It was, community volunteers that did it, and really appreciate that is happening within the staff. So thank you for that. Just a few things, and I will send most things also in writing, but the calendar, appreciate what you said, Trustee De Urioste, about starting right away, that this is a continual cycle. And I see that a calendar was attached with some of it. I'd like to work hand in hand with some of the trustees and the administration to create a really thoughtful calendar that really reflects that commitment, right? And look at what that calendar would look like. Part of our job is to adopt a budget calendar, and I think we can be more thoughtful about what that looks like given this reality, right? That we're not going to have the luxury of having a surplus and figuring out what to do with it. We're going to continue to have to, even if our funding doesn't go up, inflation will. We're going to have to keep having hard conversations. So I look forward to that. And one ask that I will be making on the calendar is to talk with some specificity about proposed cuts much, much sooner. So people have a longer runway. I think we're in a position where we're talking about making, the recommendations you're talking about bringing to us are very, very hard for people whose jobs might either go away or change fundamentally. There is a cycle to seeking jobs if you're an educator. And if this moves forward as proposed, it's going to put some people in a very, very difficult position, whether 7 of 8 is untenable for them or whether they might be in a position that's being lost. So I think I would like to start having those specific conversations earlier, even though we don't know where we're going to land, even though we don't know what the property tax amount is going to be, even though we won't know what the legislature is going to do next year. I think just being more specific earlier gives more people time to engage and gives people more runway to think about the what if. So thank you for that. Thank you for coming with the reduction in reliance on technology, both the one-to-one devices and looking thoughtfully at software, and I know the academic vision part will be part of that, but I really appreciate you just speaking to that. I know we heard a couple of callers talk about that, and we've heard a lot of our educators talking about that recently, that they on their own are moving more toward, and I know Dr. Maxwell, you were talking about having more hands-on supplies in our classrooms and just making sure they're being well used, and there they are because they are developmentally appropriate, because they are an engaging, authentic way of learning. And I look forward to hearing more about that, and I know we've heard from a lot of our staff and our families that the computers are not always being used for learning, or that it's not, the best way to do it. And I think when they were new, we talked about using them when they enhanced learning, not to substitute for teaching. And I think, I'm very excited to see where we land with them. So thank you for that thoughtful work. I really want to talk about if we end up losing planning time, is there any thought being given to mitigating the impact of that? We used to have high school late starts that offered more planning time. Is there a possibility of having art facilitators? We heard callers talk about the time they owe to doing IEPs and 504 meetings and having facilitators for those things. So our educators, are going to have to find time to do that. That obligation doesn't go away. They might have to be pulled out of class. That will take instructional time from our students. And we know the teacher in the classroom matters more than anything. And what can we do to mitigate the amount of time they're spending if they're losing that planning time? And then that blend to Google Move. We heard people share concerns about what that might look like to do that and lose planning time in the same year. So just thinking about that. I want to continue talking about the administrative cost ratio. I know we're coming down. We're still out of gamut. We're still one of the higher districts, and I'd love to continue talking about that. And we had a lot of callers come and talk about, sharing the cuts everywhere in the organization. I know Trustee Kaufman, spoke about it with the board, but really just want to keep having those conversations. I want to echo, I hope we can find some different language from foundational and non-foundational. I understand that's education code language, but it's not language that honors everyone. Every single educator we have is foundational, and I'd love to find another way to talk about that when we do. I have some concerns, share some of Trustee Kaufman's concerns about the stipends for our essential areas teachers. Just because you're not a teacher in a classroom, like a daily classroom tested subject classroom, you're very much a teacher in a classroom, and librarians as well. So we'll be interested to see what you bring us and where that might land, but I have some concerns about that, and just some concerns about the general message this sends to our community, that the tested subjects matter and that we are leaning hard into that and less hard into other things that absolutely prepare our students for what is next. I worry about the impact on our CCMR goal, because so much of what our teachers use that planning time for is directly tied to that. When we talk about our CTE teachers, our fine arts teachers, our, all of these things, these are opportunities that help our kids get to and through college. They are opportunities that turn into scholarships. They are opportunities that turn into careers. The arts are a major career here in this city, whether you're a graphic designer, a musician, lots of different, a filmmaker. These are very much careers in our community. And in addition to all the CCMR programs we have. And one teacher put it really powerfully in one of the listening sessions we've been having, and said, if we lose the ability to double block, if I lose my ability to plan thoughtfully, instead of learning to bake bread, we're going to be making scrambled eggs and Toll House cookies, and we owe our kids more than that, especially in a 4-year sequence where we make that promise to them. And we just had students develop recipes for Kirby Lane. We want that level of learning. So I have real concerns about the planning time. And then one question that has been asked, and I think it's, as you said, Superintendent Segura, we're in a place where there are no easy options. There are no good options. It's just all about this painful thing and that painful thing. I would like to have a real clear understanding with the dollar figure of the change in planning time, what it would look like to consider selling one more property to bridge us one more year so we could postpone, delay. As Trustee Whitley-Chu said, there is, things could change in the legislature. This pain is being felt in a way I've never seen it, except for 2011, 2012. Like, I have never seen this kind of pain statewide, and the way schools are struggling. So I think it's important to ask that question and tell us what that would look like so we can think about that together. And that is it for now. Thank you.
President Boswell, two things I just wanted to touch on when you first mentioned the calendar. And it reminds me of a comment made by someone that called in regarding the consultation agreement. Consultation agreement is just a placeholder. It's in there because it was tied to the previous previous budget. And so we had it in there as a placeholder. The gentleman is correct. There is not something that's being discussed. We did it because we were being responsive to what was asked by the trustees and what we committed doing. Because it isn't there, we'll drop it now. But that full transparency, that is why it was on the agenda. One thing that Katrina and our CFO, Ms. Montgomery, and I have talked about is in an elongated budgeting process, perhaps a separate vote. So the challenge is everything goes final whenever y'all vote for the budget. But you could back up, probably 3 months, a separate vote on cuts. That would allow us to transition better and kind of back into it, because one of the things that we're navigating now is in every scenario, it's not actually done until y'all vote. And so we talked about this year, even considering next year, if you could actually say maybe we're going to make a board vote on the cuts themselves so that there's a commitment to implement them thoughtfully over the course of a 2 or 3 month period, so that by the time you get to the final vote, they're already kind of baked in. Just something to think about. It would, I think, create a lot more balance to the process, because at the end of the day, what's happening right now is none of this is the reality until y'all vote. And that puts pressure, just because of the way the calendar works, on staff. It's just.
Yeah. And I know the calendar of fiscal year property tax values and humans' lives, the lives of the people who teach our kids, do not line up neatly. And it's a system that is not made to take care of the humans and the calendar we're expected to have. And I appreciate that thought. And we did, as a district, used to do something again before I was on the board, where we adopted assumptions. We adopted staffing assumptions. We adopted assumptions, it was January or February, the board did, of every year. And we can go back and find those documents in board docs. I've shared that with some superintendent, probably not you, but there have been a few since I joined the board and had made that request. So, and I know Trustee Singh has shared that as well. So I do think that's something that could help take care of the people who are taking care of our students. So thank you all. And would love, when we talk about this, in addition to the dollars, by the way, I really appreciate the measles charts that show us, it's still a very hard word to say, that show us what the expected impact on student outcomes would be. And I think we have to keep talking about that, because we are in a place, because the state has chosen to underfund Texas schools, not just our district, but every district. We are in a place where we're having to make choices that will have a profound impact on the experience of our students, because it's going to have a profound impact on that planning time. We heard people talk about, assigning and grading papers thoughtfully, about the planning time and the kinds of experiences you can offer on just general burnout, all of it. And I think really quantifying that and talking about the academic outcomes remains very important as we're talking about these cuts. Thank you. All right, I think we are finished with the section on our information reports. At this time, we're going to move into preview of agenda items that will be considered for a vote at the next regular board meeting on May 21st. Staff are available to answer questions for tonight's preview, and we will begin with item 6, which is the agenda preview for upcoming academics and curriculum items. Any questions on these items? Trustee Hunter.
So I have a question about the things that are on here that we're voting for. Again, just kind of want to request, these things don't have dollar amounts next to them, but I guess I'm wondering how they work in the system of budgeting. So for 6.1, is that a CTE program? Who's coming to answer the question?
It'd be a combination of Dr. Maxwell and myself.
Okay, perfect. So is 6.1 a CTE program? If the answer is yes, then what amount are we receiving from TEA to operate that program? Because it's a high school program. And then what is the cost to the district?
So I apologize, I didn't have time to talk to the team about this particular item, but what I can do is go back and ask to see if it is part of what would count towards outcomes. Is that basically what you're asking, if it would count towards bonus outcomes? Like
Dollar amount, that's all I want.
Yes.
Yeah.
And your second question, from my read of what's being proposed, there is no cost to the district.
Okay, awesome. That's wonderful.
But also just to reinforce the initial kind of relationship between anything CTE related and the way the bonus works, it's not line item by line item.
Okay.
There's an amount that's allocated, it's always in arrears, which we know, and you can code things to it that apply, right? And so in this instance, if there was a cost, you'd be able to apply it to the funding that you receive through the CCMR bonus. But it's not like you get an immediate reimbursement. So you kind of fill up a bucket. So the idea is you want to be really thoughtful about the things that you use to fill up that bucket, because if you don't fill up the bucket, then you're using total 199 expenses. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, which is why I really think we need to be very careful about what we offer.
Yeah.
Just back to the programming conversation, right? We cannot offer everything everywhere all at once. And there's 3 schools very close to me. Like, why is everybody offering health sciences, right? I mean, everybody is offering health. Austin, I think, offers health sciences with all their academies. So just really kind of thinking about that, because if it's in arrears, then we're basically paying for it, because we got to prove that, it's like trying to get money back for the lunch that you already ate and the money you already spent.
No, you get it's arrears in how the state calculates the CCMR bonus. It doesn't mean that it's in arrears and that you've already used like a contract or any contract. It's just that you get reimbursed late.
So there's a teacher for this class, correct?
Oh, for this specific.
I would have to ask the team on it.
Okay, that's the question I'm asking. Somebody getting paid to teach it, facilitate it. Somebody's got health insurance, so we are paying for it.
Well, so I would have to really talk to the team about that for sure, because it looks to me from, like I said, I just took a quick glance at it, but it looks to me like this is an internship that we are working with Travis County Sheriff. So I don't know that we are assigning a teacher to this internship.
Because it says legally, we're responsible for that, they're responsible for all of the things.
Right.
So just a little bit more information on that. And again, if there's no dollar amount, then it's $0 amount. And I feel good about that. But if there's any kind of cost, and if we are going to benefit, then what do we have to do to benefit? Right? So that because if we're going to do it and there's no cost and we don't benefit.
But I also want to be really clear. There are things that may not be a cost, but it does consume resources.
Mm-hmm.
It is taking people's time. It is taking people in the building to manage. It is taking others to do. So I know
Picking up time in the schedule, I'm assuming too.
100%. So we got to be really thoughtful. Just because it's not a dollar amount doesn't mean it's not costing us something.
Okay, so in order for me to vote on that, then I need to know what that is.
Yeah, and some of it might be anecdotal. It could be, I can say it's supported by these people, or that we'll have to think of a way to do it. But it's typically it's by the line item, like what the cost code is and the transaction of the contract, but not necessarily the actual cost of the system to support it.
Okay, and you just want to do 6.1, 6.2, or you want to do if you have questions in 6?
No, if you have questions in 6, go for it.
So then 6.2, I have pretty much the same sort of question. Is there a cost to this? And if there's a cost to this, what is the cost? Because kind of at the top, I swear at the top there used to be dollar amount. Am I wrong about this?
So it does turn into it whenever you get past the information session.
Okay.
So the way that if you pull down board docs, you'll see it, and then but for whatever reason the formatting from information session to the agenda item then populates it with the budget code and with the cost code.
Okay, so y'all gonna have to put in parentheses somewhere before that.
Yeah.
Because I want to have a chance to look at that, and I have a job. So when I had time to look at that, I took off today to just to read everything and go over it, and it's not there. In fact, I know I won't, because I won't even be in the city. next week. So
We'll get you the information, and
That
that's
would be
just
helpful.
a function of the platform.
Okay.
We've run into it before. Sometimes we can embed it, but it's just not automated, so it doesn't always happen. It's just hard.
Okay. I'm good on 6.
Thank you. Anyone else on 6? Trustee Kaufman.
I had most of my questions on the calendar proposal answered, and they're in the notes there, so I appreciate that. I had a couple other questions that weren't answered. One, I just want to, or that I didn't ask. So on the calendar, 6.5, I would like to understand, the rationale is presented as adding instructional days to better meet our academic goals. Is there a financial benefit to adding instructional days?
Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, so adding days to the regular instructional calendar, there is no benefit. So you don't get paid by day, but you get an average and you multiply. Yeah.
Okay. And so, and then the question that wasn't answered that I asked was, is there a change in what's the change in instructional minutes? Because we've been talking about minutes for the last several years, and that's why we've been able to reduce the instructional days, is because we've added instructional minutes. I'm just curious, what's the net effect on the instructional minutes?
Sure. The required instructional minutes is 75,600 minutes. Currently, we have added an extra 900 minutes, so that equates to 169 days. The one that we're proposing, we're adding 3 more instructional days, and then that would add 1,350 minutes more, and then it would be 77,850 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And what's the rationale behind adding a half instructional day to the last day of the contract year for teachers?
So traditionally, we gave teachers a whole day to pack up or clean up and do whatever they need to. If we're taking that day away, we still wanted to afford teachers some time.
Right, okay. What's the rationale of adding an instructional day on the last day of school? I mean, what is the benefit to adding any part of an instructional day to the end of the calendar?
I think we were trying to get to 172 calendar days, again, to...
Okay, what's the instructional benefit? Because the purpose is instructional improvement. So what's the instructional benefit to adding a half day at the very end after all of everything's done? Like, are we expecting that's going to... What are we expecting to benefit instructionally? Not just adding an instructional day because we have another day,
Right.
but like the actual benefit to having students show up for a partial day, which means shortened classes at the secondary level. It means a disrupted schedule for the elementary. It means packing in breakfast and lunch into a shortened day, arranging transportation, parents finding half a day of coverage, all of that in exchange for what academic benefit do we anticipate from having kids there for half a day?
I think part of the feedback that we have received over the past year, actually, is that our parents want unbroken full week of schooling. And I understand what you're saying. What is the point at the end? And so, quite honestly, we wanted to have all of our principals have their eyes to provide us the feedback. We were scheduled to do that, however, the budget conversations overtook. So we're gonna.
You answered all that in the response.
We're still in the process of gathering feedback.
Yeah, but somebody proposed having that day, and that's what I'm just trying to get at. Someone's proposed it, and the reason stated is to improve instruction. I'm just trying to see if is there in conversation, and I will do my best to go to the next calendar committee meeting. I meant to go to the last one, but I was not able to get in there in time. So I would like to be able to address, hear this directly, but I didn't see that discussed. So I just. I'll quit asking about it. I just want to say that sounds like a horrible idea to me. Because of the disruption to families, because of the disruption to teachers, because of the impetus that will put on teachers to have everything packed up even earlier. As a principal, I always push back against teachers who would box up their rooms and be ready to go, and then on the last day of school, they show up for our celebratory breakfast and then check out and leave. Right? It's like, no, that's what the last day is for, is so that you can do instruction and do activities with your kids until the last day of school, and then you can clean up and put everything away on the last day. But if the teachers have kids that morning, and then they have just the afternoon to pack up everything, close out everything, turn in their stuff, I fear that that's going to actually have a negative impact on student performance, on student instruction and on activities for kids rather than any positive. So I'll just put it for the record. I think it sounds like a horrible idea, and I'm very curious if there's a rationale that could explain to me why we would do that. So I'll just wait until.
Yeah, and I have just one comment on that. I think we're thinking of any kind of instruction anywhere as better, and so to have full days up to that Thursday, we're giving students more instruction. And then, of course, the last day is a half day just to allow for the planning, but the effect is that we're giving students more time with teachers throughout the school year.
Yeah, and so I look forward to kind of hearing what the teacher and the committee is very robust. There are a lot of people on that committee who all had very good attendance at the last 3 meetings. That's great, but majority of those were parents. I saw a couple of teachers on there. So if we could just make sure that there's solid input from teachers and principals before that decision is made, I would appreciate it, because I cannot imagine right now voting for that calendar with that day on there. I also just want to note that I don't disagree with removing the March 31st holiday, which tends to fall in the middle of the week, which I think the middle of the week things, and you acknowledge the feedback from the committee has been that those middle of the week days are difficult for everybody. So where we don't have to have, a middle of the week holiday, I think that's great. I have no problem with taking that holiday away and turning it into instructional day. But I just want to make sure that we're not disappearing Dolores Huerta and we're not disappearing the farm workers movement and having that just go away because it's not on the calendar anymore. So I appreciate if we could, be publicly clear that we're still recognizing and celebrating days like Lunar New Year, et cetera, that aren't holidays anymore, but we're still acknowledging and celebrating them. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments about items under number 6? I just have one about 6.3. I know our community has shared some concerns about it, and just have a couple of questions about what happens if we don't approve it to the students in that program. How long is the Easter seals? Yeah, how long is the contract for? What's the minimum number of time, and what would our options be if we wanted to do another RFP? And is anything being done to mitigate some of the concerns people have shared about job placement? Will we talk with the partner? What might that look like?
Yes, ma'am. So it's just a 1-year amendment at this point, and our options are to do an RFP as early as this fall, if that's the route we wanted to go with, or there are also options where we don't have to continue with an 1882 partnership at all. That could become an in-house program. So all those are available to us. We heard the community, we heard some positive feedback. There were some concerns also expressed about just monitoring their governance, and all of that has made it into the negotiations. We're having ongoing communications with them, so the contract that is, or the amendment that's on there right now is a draft, and we'll continue to update that as the conversations go on, but everything we heard from the community, we're going to make sure that we're responsive in the way we monitor the partnership.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I know I also want to acknowledge, but during the process, you also heard from families with students. There are many of the families who really value what is offered and had real concerns if it went away. So, yeah, but really appreciate you working on the amendments and working to address what we're hearing as well. Thank you. Anything else from Section 6? All right. Anything from Section 7, Business and Finance? Trustee Hunter.
I have a question about 7.1. Actually, 2 questions. The first is.
Jamie, this is for transportation. I just want to make sure they come up here. Well, while you're asking the question, I want them to be able to walk up so it's not a lag.
How much of the 10% have we gotten back? Like, oh, my bad. How much of, regarding 7.1, how much of the up to 10% are we getting back? So I know we have a lot of routes because we care about our kids.
I'm sorry, the 10%, that's the one thing I might not be as prepared as I want to for that.
If we can get that number before we vote on that, yeah.
Yes,
I mean, not like I'm not voting.
So you're asking, just to be clear, how much of the 10% that.
Up to 10%.
Up to 10% do we actually get back for our routes?
Yeah.
We have, that's we'll give you that. We have that in financials.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
It's a fraction. And transportation is one of the
most egregiously, I would say, separated budgets that we carry from what we get funded and what we spend.
And we
That
need
and
to,
sped.
that word I'm not gonna use that starts with a T, people need to see that. They need to see that. So when they're like, why now I gotta drive like an extra 5 minutes to drop off at a hub or something?
Yeah.
That's why, right? And gas is $4.19 or whatever it was today when I got it.
I'll provide that ratio. I'll make that as a backup, but we have that. Finance and I can pull that.
Perfect, thank you. And then the next thing is a district near us that shall remain unnamed, try to save some money by saying, your kids can walk to school because they just built the sidewalk that's along a major highway. And the kids have to, girl, just gotta watch the news. But yes, and so if you stand still in Austin long enough, like, there's a sidewalk everywhere. They're putting them in as fast as they can. And I wanna ensure, or at least I want to know, are we saying, hey, there's a sidewalk, you're not getting a bus now? I wanna know that, if that's happening.
So this is to approve hazardous traffic conditions?
Yeah.
So we're adding route. I mean, we're essentially adding routes, which we're not going to get funded for, right? I mean, at the end of the day. So if there's an instance where we're removing a route and saying that in exchange for removal of the route, we want to understand the path of travel for the student, assuming it's within 2 miles, right? Because that would be the walking distance for some kids.
That triggered me to ask that question.
So right now, all the routes that we had at the beginning of the year are still intact at this point. As part of the cost reduction strategies, there are going to be route reductions proposed, mostly tied to programs that occur during the day, right? So to school and from school, those are different. So I'm prepared to give you that at that time when we're talking about that aspect of the budget. But I can't tell you precisely, if I can give you like every route that is possible between every student and the school and whether
I'm just saying, if we're taking away a route, whenever, I mean, I don't know when that's gonna happen, it's like May, but whenever we're talking about that, I wanna know if we're taking routes away.
Yeah, and on Thursday, we'll be able to provide a pretty good update that covers transportation-related cost reductions that we might be proposing. Again, if it's a district-wide offering, it would be district-wide. So we'll share that with you, and you will get that as early as next Thursday.
Okay, that's good. I mean, I would really like to know if we got like 2% of that back, and the funny games that they're playing with not carrying the one or whatever it is the state is doing, let's tell people. Thank you for that. 7.5, help me understand, so in RFP, to be able to acquire, because I feel like I've seen this before, am I mistaken?
I'm looking at it right now, Trustee Hunter.
Okay, I'm sorry, 7.5?
Oh, yeah.
For ballistic, yeah.
So this is, there are multiple, sorry, Jamie, this is not you, this is Police Department. So I know Assistant Chief Pickford, I think, is around the corner. So there are contracts like this. Sometimes what you see is on the governor's side where they distribute the grant.
Yes.
And then now it's the acquisition side, right, of actually getting whatever the funds that were distributed by the governor's office is.
That was my question.
So it's the same thing, it's just we show it two different ways. One is pursuing the grant, one is actually getting the items that the grant helped us acquire.
So now we're gonna spend the grant money?
Correct.
Because now we found a partner or whatever to do the whatever.
That's exactly right. So you're gonna see these like this probably multiple, you'll see doubles. One is to pursue the grant, and the other is to actually spend the grant dollars on the items we said we would with the grant dollars.
Okay, now, my next question is, like, not percent, do we get this grant every year, or when do we get this grant?
I can't speak to, we have similar grants that come every year. I think sometimes we see it for Shields, sometimes we see it for.
Okay, maybe that's what the last one.
There are different items related to law enforcement that come out. It feels like it's every year the same thing, but they're actually a little bit different.
Okay.
And so that's why they probably feel similar. They all come out of the governor's office. They all tend to be around armor or shield.
Yeah, he got money for what he want to have money for, yeah.
Yeah, we've had, so that's why it feels that way.
Okay.
They're different, but they all are similar, so that's why it feels.
Okay, perfect. No, I just wanted to understand that, because I was like, I swear I saw this before. Okay, so we're good on that. Thank you. That's all for 7.
Thank you. Anyone else on 7? All right, 8, we only have 8.1. 8.2 will not be on the agenda. Anything about that? All right, Section 9, policy. Trustee Singh.
Hey there, so I had a question about the AI policy.
Maybe Edna and Oscar if it's AI.
9.2. Just real brief, I do have some questions about it. I feel like we can probably talk about it offline, so I'm not going to go into it now. But do we have to, is there a certain date by which we have to approve this?
No.
Okay.
It's
great.
part of Update 126, and we still have 5 or 6 of those policies that are not yet on the
Okay, so
agenda.
the short version is, I would love for us to consider pushing this out so we can actually vet it a little bit better, but we can.
It's okay with me, Trustee Hunter.
Okay.
And the policy committee, if it's okay with y'all, I'm good with it.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
So are we asking for it to be pulled?
I mean,
And
yeah, I
reconsider?
would like to, and then maybe we can meet, because I know y'all are doing a lot of work on it, Oscar and Laura and others.
We will take that feedback and adjust accordingly.
Perfect.
Just you don't have to do anything.
Thank you. Anything else on policy?
I just want to note, as a policy committee member, that a majority of these are simple, like word changes or minor things without consequence towards how we conduct business as a district. And almost all of them are in response to legislative changes that require changes to our policies. So there's not like we're not coming to you with 21 major policy changes that are going to impact the district. But I do want to say I'm very proud that Edna and the team has done the work to align them more with our district values. So there were certain things passed in legislation that were very contrary to our district values, and we found ways to adjust the language such that we are still fully in compliance with the law, but not putting our stamp on language that we don't agree with. So I think these are great updates, and I think they are meaningless updates, and those that are meaningful are great. Put it that way.
All right.
Thank you, Policy Committee.
And I never want to take this board backwards, but I did get information that I think would satisfy Trustee Hunter's question, because Chris Hafizadeh, wherever you are, is always watching. So regarding the transportation costs, overall we get about 14% of our total expenditures from TEA. For example, we get $1 per mile from TEA, but our cost is $7.20 per mile.
So we get $1 for $7 we spend.
$7.22 to be exact. Okay. So 14%. So which means that we are, 86% over what we get allocated from the state when it comes to transportation. And that's one of our largest line items.
And statewide, the gap was about 1.6 billion before the last funding increase. I don't know what it is now, but it still is a very significant gap. Okay, we good with 9? Oh, yes.
Just a quick question in relation to 9.8 and 9.21 around the GPAs and class rankings. A while back, we had a lot of public input on relooking at how we're doing the GPAs. I don't see that in any of these. Are we considering any changes to that?
Yes, GA and maybe backed by Oscar can certainly answer this long.
Are you speaking about the scales that the?
Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
it's in the work. So that would be included in the regulations, and we are currently looking into it. And we've already had a meeting with the academics in a smaller setting to come up with the proposal based on the presentation that the parent has presented to us. And then we have another big meeting to vet it a little more thoroughly, but it's in the works.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All right. We good on 9? Okay, section 10, items for separate vote.
Just a reminder that we have a procedure when it comes to this for next week. If there are things on there, we'll meet and then we'll make a decision later.
Yes, that we'll have exec session automatically before this. Yes, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, this will end our regular agenda preview. Next item is scorecard measure 1.1 about second grade literacy, and we look forward to hearing from the superintendent and his team. Thank you.
Thank you, President Boswell. I'd like to invite marathoner Dr. Marianne Maxwell up to the podium again, as well as Liliana, as I go to. So this is going to be a briefer presentation. Just for awareness purposes, we were before our board just a couple weeks back with the exact same report. Again, being in compliance with Lone Star governance, we were reporting goal progress measures on a quarterly basis. This is kind of a function of wanting to present beginning of year, middle of year at the same time instead of having them be kind of lagged. So there's no new data. But I'm going to kind of reiterate the goals, the goal progress measures, and our evaluation of progress. The team is not going to spend as much time on the data itself because it hasn't changed. It's very positive data, but really spend a little bit more time on kind of the actions that are occurring within our classrooms. And so goal 1, third grade literacy, the percent of third grade students earning meets grade level or above on the STAR reading assessment in English or Spanish will increase from 47% in June 2024 to 59% by June of 2029. The goal progress measure that was identified, goal progress measure 1.1, second grade literacy intervention. The percent of second grade students scoring in the recommended for intervention level on the NWEA MAP reading achievement score proficiency indicator below 30% in English or 40% percentile in Spanish will decrease from 30% in June of 2024 to 29% by June of 2029. Evaluation of progress. This has not changed since we presented this a couple weeks back. We do not have additional information, but we believe, based on all the data that we have, that we are on track to meet the third grade literacy goal. Data for beginning of year shows that 26% of second grade students scored in the recommended for intervention level on the fall 2025 MAP reading assessment. And then as we progressed towards middle of year, shows that 21% of second grader students scored at this level. And so based on those outcomes, coupled with the work that we're seeing, the system improvement, we do feel that we're on track, and the data reporting by disaggregated student population kind of reinforces that. Knows that there's obviously going to be work to be done, but we are encouraged that we are moving in the right direction. So with that, I'll hand it over to the team for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Superintendent Segura. As mentioned, we won't spend as much time on the data this time. We have reviewed it already. Just overall, a reminder that we did change that assessment. It looks a little bit different this year that students have been taking, and they changed the norm. So looking at past data, it's not quite apples to apples. Looking at this year's data is really what we've focused on from beginning of year to middle of year, which is where we find our most encouraging results, especially that the rate at which we're starting to close the gaps for our student populations. That's really encouraging. We really hope to look forward to the end of year data to look at what happened the entire year, and then also take that to do some planning for next year. Really, what we wanted to spend some time on again here are the responses that we've done as a result of really stopping mid-year and looking at what's been happening so far and how we might pivot a little bit for our campuses. So we've been doing that first, really just not only noticing that positive trajectory, had a lot of celebrations with campuses on that too, and really wanted campuses to take some time and encourage them to do that same thing with their campuses going back with their teachers and staff, and really recognize the collective effort that it takes to really move outcomes like this. But the outcomes, I know we talk about numbers here, but what we're really talking about is students getting better at literacy, which is the key. That opens the door. That's the access to everything else that they'll have and they'll experience in their lives. So this is huge. Numbers mean a lot to us on this, and especially for our youngest students. So when we stopped in the middle of the year took a look at the middle of year, took all kinds of different data points, looked at how we were really implementing with fidelity our MTSS program, so that yes, we are lowering numbers of students that initially qualify for interventions, but we also want to still be very, very cognizant of what happens when students are identified for intervention. And remember, these numbers don't necessarily mean that a student goes into interventions. These numbers could mean everything that's appropriate happens still in the classroom for that student, and you have to have that child study team meeting to really look at everything and decide, okay, this student might need to be in a little more targeted interventions, and we might use a specific program for that. That really addresses those needs, and have like another sort of evaluation of where the student is, so that we can really set those plans. So part of what we did is looked at those numbers of students that were initially flagged against actual intervention plans in ECST, the software that we use to document those interventions. And we're very intentional, our executive directors were very intentional with this data to go out to campuses and have individual discussions on students, making sure that if they weren't showing up in the ECST system, that there had been a CST that had happened, or in some cases we actually found they were using a different system for documentation. And so we said, no, we have to use the same system, remember, not just for system's sake, but what we're really trying to do over time with an evaluation of MTSS is to make sure that what we're doing with kids is actually working. And so you have to document that in the system in a way that we can continue to look at it and support campuses with that and make decisions at our levels too on what kinds of supports we're providing, what kinds of resources we're providing for interventions. So that was a big movement after that. And then of course, we've already talked a little bit about our accelerated plans. In reading, really what that looked like was giving students an opportunity to see additional text in the classroom and go deeper. They would use one text, they would study that text all week, ask questions around it and really dig into it, enrich their vocabulary, have vocabulary enrichment activities associated with it. And we even, actually the team constructed some metacognitive questions that went with those texts. So the students were actually thinking about not only how they were reading and responding and writing, where they would also do writing with it in response to the text, but how they were thinking about it. And so we try to support teachers with those kinds of questions too. So those plans and those texts were really based on things that we had seen in the data that students were still struggling with. And we wanted to give them another opportunity with those skills. And then some of our what we'd looked at too, that some very granular level analysis of what was happening at our campuses, and with that we looked at all of our campuses, and then especially our Lighthouse and our Learning Lab campuses that are a little bit deeper of the work. And did a grade level breakdown with them so we could decide what our coaching moves were. So part of what the work that these campus instructional leaders have been doing since summer is one of our very first meetings with them over the summer was really clarifying the instructional leadership roles. And really clarifying their caseloads for coaching. And so the principal, the assistant principal, the instructional coach, they would early before every year ever started they would talk through, okay, here's our teachers coming in this year. You coach second grade math, that's your area, or you coach third through fifth math, those are your areas of strength. And then we actually calendared those into their schedule. So they planned out a year already of supporting teachers, making sure they're in classrooms and making sure that they're coaching. It really is a partnership model. When we're talking about instructional leadership, it's not, we work with administrators a lot, but it's not a top-down version in that sense. This is how you work with teachers and coach teachers and partner with teachers on instruction. And so that's where we started. We looked at those coaching caseloads then in the middle of the year and worked with campuses on maybe making some adjustments. Okay, we've seen a lot of growth in these grade levels, maybe these grade levels, and these teachers need more support. And so changed up those coaching caseloads to match what the needs of the teachers were. And so that was some of the work that we did mid-year in the middle of the year as a result of that MOI data, just to, happy to have the results, but always looking for improvement. And then I'll hand it over to Ms. Kendrick to talk a little bit about the next area.
Thank you, and good morning, Boards of Trustees, President Boswell, and Mr. Superintendent Segura. This is probably one of the greatest work we have done so far in early literacy. We began almost 2 years ago realigning and figuring out how we are going to realign our systems. Just like Dr. Maxwell says, it's tier 1, tier 2, and the tier 3, right? Like we just couldn't just do, let's do the interventions and let's not address the tier 1. And we know that we cannot work ourselves out of tier 2 if we don't address tier 1. So that was huge for us to do that. And so to the process of making sure that the teachers got the materials they needed, the curriculums, we also work very strongly with campuses to make sure that we provide support and also professional development to our principals, our instructional coaches, our content interventionists this year, that we have them to train them and provide them with all the tools that they need to provide with the students. One of the biggest feedbacks that we have got as well is we work with the Lighthouse schools, and we also saw that coaching, that was such a key for us to be able to keep immediate feedback at the moment. One of the things that we saw is how giving coaching sometimes it's like you take notes, you observe, but then you have to schedule an appointment, a day or so after the fact. And then sometimes administrators, just like Dr. Maxwell said, prioritizing their agendas, they couldn't go. And one of the things that we were doing is like, how can we teach them to coach at the moment? It's a momentable coaching where the principal goes and tell the teachers like, oh my God, she's pronouncing the sounds. So I will say she's doing a decodable work and she pronounced the long vowels wrong, and she's going through 10 or 5 to 10 words and she's doing it wrong. And so rather than just letting it go, the principal stops, goes back and tells the teacher, hey, I just want to let you know this is how you say it. Do it on the moment, correct it, rather than allowing the teacher to go on for another couple of lessons or days with no addressing the misconception. So that leverage, quick coaching at the moment has been very impactful in making the instructional moves. We know that changing practices takes time, and building capacity among our leaders and our teachers also takes time, and it doesn't happen overnight. And we are constantly going back, how can we do better, and how can we do better and feel more comfortable? I think our teachers, our principals, and our staff feel more comfortable this second year around navigating our curriculum, going to our UPOs, which are our unit planner organizers, being able to access the lessons. And I know our principal says we just have to click, and it's just how our instructional material is. You have to get to the clicks to get to the lessons, but everything is there for them. And then the more we provide the support, our Reading Academies team has done a great job this year with continue to do the 2 years of the comprehensive model of coaching embedded with our curriculum has really enriched what we have done. I just want to be very proud and shout out to the team today. We have the opportunity to present at the TEA Reading Academies annual certification with all the ACS providers and authorized providers, big districts in the district and the state. And we were today, and we had the privilege to be chosen to present to the state our scorecard, the work that we have done, and the early literacy initiatives. And it was very overwhelming to hear how other authorized providers and ECS regions were like, oh my God, we are seeing the same thing, and thank you for sharing. And we also, other districts shared that. And their story about how we are embedding our certification, but making sure that we are being meaningful and applying it, not just going for the theory, but also the application. And so I was having a conversation with a superintendent, like, teaching reading is a science, but it's also an art. And it comes with the art of being able to make it reliable, make it fun and interactive for our students, but keeping the rigor and making sure that we're not losing the floor with our students, but how can we continue to provide a professional development to our leaders and teachers? One of the biggest things also when it comes to reading comprehension that we have noticed is the level of reading comprehension they're using our curriculum, which is amazing, but it is not always used as intended. And that's a big area for us to continue to work on. Like, let me give you an example. You walk into a second grade classroom and you see a teacher reading a beautiful story, and then they ask the questions, very simple questions like, what is the character's name on the story? Which is a very low level question. Where it is actually in the curriculum should be, what is the character feeling at the end of the story and how their feelings change through the story. So that's a more deep question, which will allow the student to go back into the text, find the evidence, go back and retell the story and provide that. And so the questions are there, but sometimes they're just skimming or passing through it because would they need more time to making sure they're internalizing the lessons and being able to make it their own. So what we're trying to do is how can we provide the time for planning, the time for internalizing the lessons, and provide the time during professional learning to understand what we're gonna do if our students haven't learned, and how can we gonna support them. So that's one of the biggest things that we are seeing across our campuses. How can we do better to continue to bring capacity, but use the curriculum as intended to make sure that we're doing the gains with our students in literacy. And so for that, we also we did more, so I'm going to pass it to Dr. Maxwell, some of the support that we've been doing with the Lighthouse schools and the principals.
Thank you. Also wanted to share a little bit of additional data. So one of the things that we looked at, and we have in this report, as Ms. Kendrick spoke a little bit about alignment of the lesson to the actual intentions of the materials and if it was as rigorous as was intended. And so we have here, last time we did this progress monitoring in the fall of classroom observations, we could see that only was aligned 36% of the time in foundational skills and 38% of the time in reading comprehension. So with our Lighthouse and Learning Lab schools, we set a goal of, we're close and we can get to 50% alignment, like we can do this. And so we set some things, we talked a little bit about accelerated plans, and part of that was academic monitoring, which is, teachers really working towards student ownership. That in itself is rigorous and helps align to what the student should be doing in the classroom rather than what the teacher should be doing in the classroom. So I'm happy to report that went up. We just got those spring monitoring results back and went over those as a team to kind of look ahead into next year. And foundational skills is now at 57% alignment, and comprehension is at 67% alignment. So we're just at this point where we're setting goals in the middle of the year and people are ready to go. They're getting like more familiar with everything. They're starting to build on what they've been able to do and much more comfortably set goals and do the work to achieve them. So they've done incredible work. Some other highlights from our Lighthouse and Learning Lab schools, in all areas, comprehension and foundational are now the highest in alignment to the rigor of all of our campuses that were progress monitored. They're making the most growth. And this is most recently was 193 observations across 20 schools that represented some Lighthouse campuses, some Learning Lab campuses, but also campuses that are not receiving support. Student ownership was something that went up significantly as well. In our Lighthouse schools, that was only at 11% when they saw that in observations. That's now up to 37%, which is a nice increase just from a few months and a little bit of working on student ownership and really monitoring while you release the work to the kids. That's where we want the learning to happen. Lighthouse schools went from 3 Learning Lab schools. Those are the ones that participate in the monthly sessions at the Lighthouse schools. They went from 3% to 33%. So 3% student ownership in the first time and 33%. So we still have room to go, right? We want to see that all the time when it's happening. We want the kids to be reading the books, not the teachers to be reading the books. We want the kids to be answering the questions, not the teachers to be answering the questions, and really doing the heavy lifting of the thinking. But we're definitely going the right direction there. And so we also, in our other schools that aren't Lighthouse or Learning Lab, that didn't receive as intense plans, they went from 27% student ownership to 50% student ownership. These principals specifically asked for us to bring them what the other schools had learned about student ownership and academic monitoring. And so we did an additional session with those campuses. And then they brought that back to their campuses. We did everything as like a training that they could turn around. And they went back to their campuses and did the same thing because they saw the power in it. And so we brought it to them too. So nice growth, really nice growth within the year for sure. And I feel confident as we set goals at the classroom level, which is where it's all at. It's where all the kids are every day. And that's where our goals need to be set if we're really going to make a difference in student outcomes. And so we're super excited about that and the opportunity to get together recently and talk through what our strategies have been, what's worked, what's not worked as well, and how that can shape what we'll be envisioning for next year. Finally, we worked on professional learning communities a little bit as a district and done lots of learning, but we're really looking to support campuses with implementation of that next year. I think I've mentioned we have some schools that are participating with that in us to really create that district structure and the tools that teachers need and administrators need to really make that a strong system so that collective teacher efficacy is a real thing. And there's a good solid structure for it. Otherwise, you're just learning a lot about PLCs or you know that they're good, but if you're not really executing them, the way that they're intended, which takes time and practice and clear support and guidelines, you won't see the results that PLCs can really provide. So those are at least some of the things we're looking at next year, and I know we'll continue to plan more. And that is the end of our presentation, and we're happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you for the answers to the questions that were shared beforehand. Trustees, any questions about this? Asked and answered. Asked and answered. Okay, excellent. And I know this, we just heard this, so yeah, I don't want to waste your time kind of asking about the data again, because we had such a thorough conversation last time. So I really appreciate the answers that are online, that are posted. Thank you. And the only question I have is kind of summer slide, and what such good work has been done. Is there work being done to think about how we mitigate that? And I know the ADSI days are part of that at some of our campuses, but what is there anything we need to know about that?
Yes, we're working right now with ASI to continue that. That's a great question. Today, one of the people at the Reading Academies asked, and it was very impressive to see that our numbers, even after we started the next year, we are maintaining. The students are continuing to read, so we're not seeing the decrease because they're truly decoding. We're currently working also, we use Imagine Learning. It's one of our products that we use, and then we continue over the summer. So what we do is we send an LW to principals to share with the teachers and the families, and so the teachers send it to their families, right, to a newsletter. And we also send newsletters where we have them for the summer. So the company help us to continue, and we provide office hours for the families that they can attend and support while is summer happening. We also have, they have webinars where they can help their students, and they have access to their license, pretty much, which is the curriculum, so that they continue to read. And this also includes just not literacy, also math, because we do have Imagine Math, so it has both language and lit, Imagine en Español, and then mathematics. So the students can continue doing fluency with math, and fluency with reading, and fluency with that. So we are providing them with that over the summer. Yes.
Just to talk a little bit about some of the curriculum and the teaching that we're looking at with ADSI. One of the things that's powerful about ADSI is that typically summer school happens in June, or historically it happens in June. And kids are done, after May. And sometimes teachers are too. And so summer school actually has a lot more impact when everyone gets a break and then you come back a little bit later and you launch into the next school year rather than trying to continue to teach into the year that you just had. And so what we do is we're looking at the students that are being enrolled, we're identifying where those, if any assessments and any and all assessments that we have for them, identifying where some needs might be, and then working with a curriculum that is flexible so that it can work for multiple students during those 19 days of instruction, as part of a little bit as a reconnect from last year, some things that are struggling, but also a launch into the coming year so that you're really using summer school to prepare students for the year rather than trying to remediate from the year before. It's a lot more powerful.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I want to just share gratitude to our city for making sure that all of our students have a library card as well. And there are libraries in every neighborhood in our city with books in many languages and fantastic librarians. And just hope that our families understand that, know that, and are able to take advantage of that as well.
I might give a little plug to an arts flyer that we just sent out today as well about, we did that in collaboration with MindPop and just all the free arts and things like that, offerings for families over the summer. We sent that out to campuses. Please send this out because, it's about books, but it's also about, enrichment. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd love to see that as well, so trustees can help promote that as well. Yeah. Thank you. Excellent. Anything else? All right, thank you so much. Very appreciated. All right, so we will now recess the open meeting at 10:35 PM and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we finish with the executive session, we will briefly return to the open session to formally adjourn the meeting. The adjournment will be recorded and will be included in all replays of tonight's meeting. Thank you for joining us and have a good evening. And thank you to all of our staff who were here with us. All right, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I move to adjourn.
The meeting is adjourned at 11:23 PM. Thank you all.